to be a pizza pro? The new stone-baked pizza oven from Frigidaire is all you. Second to none for restaurant quality, it's dough to done in 2 minutes. And in the oven that dares to have the most range, it's just one of 15 plus cooking modes. Like air fry for healthier and crispy, no sweat. And steam bake, so the party spread is more important. Would you dare to bring more flavor to the table? Dare to expect more from your oven. Frigidaire.
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Thank you. Oh.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Oh, man. Bastard! You don't have what it takes.
Memories of his reign of terror and the catastrophic events that followed are still in the minds of many. In a story, Beerus never came to Earth. And one where Goku hasn't been heard from since disappearing with Shenron.
What? This signal! Can it be? This is an urgent message to all troops. Lord Ice is about to be born. I repeat, Lord Ice is being born. Any troops nearby, hurry to greet him.
The name alone wasn't enough of an indicator. A member of Frieza's race emerges. His eyes just as frigid as any of his predecessors. A soldier approaches him with a slightly nervous tone to his voice. Congratulations on your birth, Lord Eyes! You've done a fine job thawing out for all these long years. Replying with an air of confusion.
Eyes. Is that my name?
Yes, sir. Your late father, Lord Frieza, gave it to you.
I see.
The demon takes a moment to process all this. Before the henchman again speaks up. Not to rush you, Lord Eyes, but is there anything you need? If there's something you want, just ask.
Yes. Bring me a challenge.
A challenge?
I want to let loose all the power I've reserved over these long years of thalling. I can't stand just idling around.
With that command understood, Aiza's underling salutes and agrees they'll take him to a planet with powerful warriors immediately. While Aiz himself just kind of scoffs this off, lost in his own thoughts. He then also instructs one of them to bring him a cold drink too. Yes, sir. I'll have one right out. The universe stands on the verge of an unparalleled threat, one beyond anything it's ever witnessed. Not only has the evil of Frieza's lineage returned, but in an impossible, more powerful way.
The son of Frieza.
Up until now, Goku and the others have faced countless mighty and formidable opponents, each more powerful than the last. And through every battle, they have pushed themselves to the absolute limits of their abilities. Time and time again, they have overcome seemingly insurmountable odds. They finally defeated their strongest enemy, Omega Shenron, after a long and grueling battle. The very earth trembled beneath the sheer force of their clashes, and the sky was filled with the brilliant light of the energy blast that illuminated the battlefield. 3 years have passed since that fierce fight. Back on Earth, outside a nice but modest home, a feminine voice in the distance can be heard. Well, I'm off. A fatherly presence responding. Watch out for airplanes. Followed by an almost audible eye roll. Right. Pan is now 16 years old. She's currently attending a high school in West City. Zooming through the sky, she spots a metropolis and thinks she better start descending. Likely to not draw too much attention.
Hey, don't come any closer! Do it and I'll kill her!
Looks like the Pilaf gang are still up to their evil ways. Pilaf himself curses and asks why they have to do this. Bag and gets ready to continue her morning. One of the nearby police officers thanks her for helping out as always. She modestly remarks how she'll leave the rest of them. She'll be late if she doesn't hurry up. With a salute. Great job! Take care now. At West High School, Orange Star High School, where Gohan and Videl attended, is located in Satan City. We see a small montage showing Pan excelling at everything from academics to athletics. So much so, one of her classmates has to comment how she's always so good at everything she does, causing Pan to ask what this is about. The girl meekly mutters it seems like Pan should be more popular than she is. Not exactly a compliment. The daughter of Gohan scolds to leave her alone. Well, with a fair point. Her grandpa is the world's strongest man. Even after all these years and everything that's happened, the world still believes Hercule to be something he isn't. She mentions how there are probably a ton of people stronger than her grandpa. In her head she thinks, Grandpa Satan that is. Another classmate replies, speaking of Satan, is it true that he recently decided on a successor? Which Pan confirms. It's Papaya Man. A shocking reveal to appears. If we remember back to Dragon Ball GT, which this story takes place a few years after, Boo and Noob merged to become a single life form once more. Hercule and Boo probably kept up their friendship in this capacity. Using his Papaya Man alias, he even competed in the 31st World Tournament before losing to Mr. Satan in the finals. The purple-haired student heard it was an unknown person named Oob. And yep, that's Papaya Man. Getting her all the more excited. She stands and is now yelling in response to the news. Before the teacher reprimands, she cut it out. Can she be a little more quiet? Coming to her senses, she apologizes and promises to be more careful. Leaning back in her chair and reflecting upon her grandpa's lifestyle, Pan thinks about how Oob has taken on some pretty tiresome responsibilities. Diving back to the day this was announced, we find ourselves at the World Tournament. If the timeline adds up, this should be the 33rd installment. The announcer we've all come to know over fellows to all. Contestant Captain Beef looks incapable of fighting any further. So, contestant Papaya Man is the champion! When a gruff, familiar rumble can be heard emerging from the contestant tunnel.
Excuse me! If I could have your attention, everyone! Yeah!
None other than Mr. Satan himself emerges into the fighting area. The chants of his name could be heard barreling through the spectators, but with a somber look in his eyes.
This may be sudden, but I'm borrowing the stage a bit to tell everyone the news in person. I'm retiring as a martial artist.
Following this news, he then instructs Oob to take off his mask. Happily doing so. The announcer narrates this to the crowd. Apparently nobody's ever seen his unhidden face before. The champ continues.
I'm nominating Papaya, Oob here to be my successor. You all saw Oob's power just now. I've drilled all my martial arts into him. He'll definitely be able to protect everyone from now on. I'm
Still here
truly
waiting, guys.
grateful to have reached
5
this
out of
point
8.
in my life. Thank you all for supporting me for so long.
The crowd explodes in response to their hero's message. Various shouts can be heard, ranging from assuring he did a great job, they're in his debt, and he is still their hero. The display is enough to bring Mr. Satan to tears. Even Oob bows to show his proper respect and thank him for all he's done. An extra layer is added when you remember he's technically just a good human version of Kid Buu, who Hercule is able to help defeat by imploring these Earthlings to give their energy. Then considering how Buu and Oob merged, this means a large portion of Oob is still Hercule's best buddy.
Oob then takes the mic. He introduces himself not as Papaya Man, but by his real name. He makes the promise to do his best to become as magnificent of a martial artist as Mr. Satan. The announcer taking his turn. He declares with that the Tenkaichi Budokai is concluded and for everyone to please have a safe journey home. Out in the cosmos, trying to satiate his thirst for a challenge. Ice bellows he won't be able to let out any of his power like this. Every single one of them just dies from the slightest touch. Fuming, he can't put up with this much longer. Please, calm yourself, Lord Ice. The henchman does his best to warn his new ruler, his voice trembling with urgency and fear. Inside, he knows Ice's power is so immense that the mere pressure alone could mean his own doom. When the thought comes to mind, come to think of it, there's that Saiyan who defeated Lord Frieza. I think his name was Son Goku? It's likely he could at least provide a little resistance. This evokes a pause in the demon's rage. Son Goku, he questions. The man who defeated his father. Well, he never met Frieza. Clearly, any fantasy that's been implanted into his head strikes a chord with him. Or perhaps just like Frieza, he too has no emotional connection to his kin, but simply believes if he were powerful enough to defeat his predecessor. Now appearing fully settled down, this sounds interesting. He inquires what planet he's on. But not knowing offhand, the soldier takes to a scouter to look into it. With just a couple inquiries, he's able to discover it's a planet called Earth. It's located far on the frontier. Earth. Well then, we'll head to this Earth right away. Yes, sir. Understood. Wait for me, Son Goku. Little does he know, he's about to head to an Earth that hasn't seen or heard from Goku in several years now. Although it still has several formidable defenders. How will our heroes handle this threat without Goku by their side? At Capsule Corp. Vegeta had continued his training, reaching the point where he could become Super Saiyan 3. Assessing himself, the prince believes he's gotten pretty used to being in this form. However, it seems he can't become a Super Saiyan 4, no matter how he continues to train. Apparently, you do need a tail to achieve it after all. He grunts. Do I really have to rely on this thing? Revealing he still keeps the Bloodwave generator on hand, just in case. Either way, he vows to become even stronger. Surely Kakarot is definitely thinking the same. Setting down a cup, Bulma complains. Really now? I wish it'd cut that out. How long do Saiyans have to fight before they're finally satisfied? Vegeta's almost 60 now. Chi-Chi takes a sip as she's already figured he'll be like that until the day he dies. She knows in her heart Goku's out training somewhere too, and they don't hear from him one bit. A little surprised by this, Bulma beckons that even after all this time, Goku still hasn't come home. In fact, even worse, Chi-Chi's outright given up on him ever returning. The pair let out a collective sigh knowing this reality. Making his way down the hall, he crosses paths with his daughter Brawl, who questions if he's been training again. Not like he even has to answer, as his aroma could be detected from the other side of the house. She bluntly tells him, "Papa, you stink." Somewhere in West City, Goten sits on a park bench to catch a breather. If the symbol on his jacket's anything to go off, it appears he now works at Capsule Corp.
Trunks zipping in, he casually greets his friend, who doesn't look too friendly. He hisses, "What do you mean, Trunks? I'm company president, your boss. Anyway, what are you doing here?" "And just taking a little break." Trunks sighs he never changes. He further chastises for him not to forget that it's thanks to him he managed to get married. If he doesn't take his job seriously, he'll have him fired. For context, Goten had been told that Pallas's father would only approve of her marrying someone who worked for a major corporation. So he had Trunks pull a few strings to get him a job at Capsule Corporation. He exudes a defeated sigh that it's just the same thing every day. He just doesn't feel motivated. But Trunks snips back asking what's going to happen if he doesn't give it his all. Not just for his own sake, but Pallas's too. As he goes to respond, a phone begins to ring in his jacket. Her ears burning apparently, it's Pallas. Then with some shocking news. She reveals to Goten through a phone call no less that she's pregnant. If you remember Pallas from GT, you'll recall she's unburdened with intellect. Here we see Goten is kind of the same as he asks his wife, "Really? And it's really mine?" He celebrates the good news regardless, leading to Trunks to give him the day off early given the circumstances. Goten promises his boss he'll do the best job he can from now on. Skipping away. Trunks has a hard time believing he's been best friends with such a simpleton all these years. At Gohan's place. In his library, he grabs half a dozen books as he makes his way off the ladder. He says to himself, "All right, now I've got all my reference material in one place." When he suddenly senses something. What? What is this key? Something is heading for Earth. Cheetah too. And the boys. It's not even lost on Panaru. Something is approaching. Speeding towards our home, Ice chuckles to himself.
So that's huh?
Barely able to contain his excitement, the demon trembles as he declares,
All right then. Let's see if you can keep me amused, Son Goku.
Rushing towards the source, Gohan wonders who this could be. There's no way this ends well. Above the planet, a henchman alerts their lord they've arrived at Earth. To greet him, our heroes have all gathered in a scene that mirrors Mecha Frieza's arrival. Vegeta believes they should be coming down around here. And Pan? Before Gohan even gets the chance, Trunks scolds her asking what she came here for. But after sensing that incredible key, how could she not? He retorts that it could be someone really dangerous. She better go home. But she's not budging. She argues that she's a Saiyan child just like Trunks, so she'll fight too. When Oob taps down, with his usual warm smile, he greets everyone, admitting it's been a while since he's seen them all. Then finally, Gohan makes it to the scene, spotting everyone from a distance. Just as he hits the ground to meet his friends. the Son have on Earth? Who straightforwardly tells he's come to kill a man named Son Goku, the one who killed his father. Resulting in an audible laugh from Vegeta and not bothering to correct him. So you've come for revenge. Don't make me laugh. You're all nothing but a bunch of Frieza's goons. However, Aiz assures the prince he misunderstands him. He merely seeks a worthy challenge. He has no interest in revenge. In that case, Vegeta's happy to take him on, causing a curious bulk from the demon.
Are you strong?
The Saiyan's eyes narrow.
Of course! Much more so than the man you seek.
The invader finds this to be an interesting prospect, asking him to show him his power. With a grin, Vegeta snickers he's going to regret this. Turning his back to the others, he demands nobody else interfere. He will do this alone. Despite the protests from Goten and Trunks. Not playing games, Vegeta jumps straight to his most powerful transformation. Super Saiyan 3. Quite the reveal for the others. Asking the villain if he's ready.
Whenever you wish.
Elated with their back and forth, Aiz shouts.
Splendid! You're the greatest yet! I've never faced such a worthy opponent before!
Vegeta doesn't share his sentiments. With a scowl, he thinks to himself,
What the? His power is far greater than Frieza's. There's no comparison. This can't be.
Gohan, can you hear me?
Piccolo, now Guardian of Hell, contacts Gohan, who asks if it's really him.
That's right. It's been a long time. I'm speaking to you from the afterlife. Frieza has informed me of something terrible.
Was something terrible? Piccolo goes on to say that Frieza and his family come from planet Winter. Immediately after being born, people there cover themselves with ice and enter a thawing period. The longer this thawing period lasts, the stronger the warrior will be. And it seems that in Frieza's case, this thawing period lasted 5 years, while King Cold it lasted 6. And so, Aiz's thawing period was over 50 years long.
Well then, how about you entertain me a little more?
Frieza cackling at the sight of his offspring's progression. He grins ear to ear as he takes it all in. It looks like he's grown up splendidly. Such an adorable child. Now I'll finally have my revenge on those pitiful Saiyans. Then with Gohan, he continues to try to process Piccolo's words. 50 years! Which means that he's 10 times stronger than Frieza? The Namekian relents that it's something like that, but he's way more powerful than 10 Friezas. He doesn't like this. Piccolo warns Gohan not to play games. They need to attack him altogether. Who assures he understands. He has the same feeling. Tossing off his coat, he calls over to Vegeta. We'll help too! Predictably, the prince scoffs that he's not going to rely on a bunch of slackers like them. He alone is more than enough on his own. So they can just watch and keep quiet. Taking the familial stance, Ice chimes in.
Well then, let's continue. I'm looking forward to seeing just how powerful you are.
Alright guys, we found a match. Should start in 2 minutes.
Vegeta concedes that it looks like the demon is more capable than he thought. He underestimated him a little. But now it's time for the main event.
Oh, you don't understand. Your time is already at an end.
I have that dance emoji.
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. That's a new power key. Place it now. One more reason to loathe those mortals. And now, to finish this once and for all. Flying Nimbus! Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. And now, to finish this once and for all. Great! You know what to do with that key. Greetings! Greetings! Flying Nimbus! Shall we strike? Zamasu? Of course, Zamasu. That's a new power key. Place it now. What you fail to realize is that this race deserves to end.
You have my thanks.
Shall we strike? Of course. Ally down! Flying Nimbus! Rescue them. Watch out for enemies. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. What you fail to realize is that this race does access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Oh, man.
Shall we strike? Zamasu? Of course, Zamasu. What? The startup system is under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. Flying Nimbus! Greetings!
Stay calm. Stay calm.
What you fail to realize is that this race deserves to end. Shall we strike? I'll destroy you! Of course. Is that like your help?
Will rid existence of all that I deem evil.
Greetings! It's heartbreaking to see a world so scarred.
Blasted.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. supplies to help. Flying Nimbus! Oh, you don't understand. Your time is already at an end. Pitiful. Such is the way of human pests.
You have a final dragon change I could use last minute.
I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold the enemy back. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? Seems you're not done.
Actually, let me just hold on to that.
You're done! What do you think of it? What?
GG's.
Don't tell me that was your true power.
Aiza's voice cuts through the fading shockwaves of the battle, laced with a cool condensation. His tone doesn't exactly rise, but has the confidence of someone who is yet to feel threatened.
If so, I'm quite disappointed.
But rather than boil with rage at the insult, an equally confident smirk spreads across his face. His aura humming low and steady for a brief moment. His silence says even more than words.
Relax. This still isn't all of my power.
He admits with the faintest edge of irritation.
I never thought I'd have to use this just to deal with the likes of you.
Without turning his head, he shouts behind him.
Trunks!
Vegeta opens a capsule revealing a small, sleek device. With a swift motion, he tosses it over. Trunks catches it without missing a beat, though confusion's already on his face. He looks down at the strange invention in his hands.
What is this? It's a handheld Blitzwave generator. I had Bulma make it.
Blitzwave? So that means... Dad, don't tell me! Vegeta steps forward, the smirk returning as his energy starts to rise.
All right then, let's go!
Yes, sir! Now fully powered, his energy surging and crackling. He's tapped into Super Saiyan 4. The ground beneath him fracturing.
Thanks for waiting. Now I'll show you what happens when I get serious. You're gonna regret this.
But across from him, Aiz doesn't flinch. He observes the transformation, his expression only slightly impressed.
That's quite a strange transformation for an Earthling.
This shows he hasn't really bothered to learn much about the people who defeated his father.
All right then, let's start round 2.
Final shine! Attack! Lord Eye!
As the tide of the battle shifts, the Great Tyrant begins to falter.
He can't be this strong.
The sheer force being exchanged on the battlefield sends shockwaves across the terrain. And missed it all, Oob watches with wide eyes, barely able to believe what he's witnessing. This is incredible. Too incredible.
Is Lord Aiz okay?
Not far from the chaos, Aiz's loyal henchmen begin to panic. The confidence they once had in their leader, his absolute dominance, is starting to crack. They watch as their so-called invincible ruler struggles to withstand the blows raining down on him.
This is bad. If we don't treat him right away.
For the first time, Gohan, though standing at a distance, watches with increasing dread. Unlike Vegeta, he doesn't scoff. He barely speaks.
It can't be.
Transforming. There's no mistaking it now. The energy pouring from Aiz is like nothing before. Dense, suffocating, unnatural.
There's no way!
But it's not like Frieza. It's not a method of containing his true strength or masking his final form. It's the opposite. Where Frieza once suppressed his power through transformations, Aiz's mechanic works in reverse. Will Super Saiyan 4 be enough to handle it? Or has Vegeta's pride once again put us all in a very bad situation? Aiz finishes his transformation, his power now radiating like a tidal wave, before he smiles with an unsettling calm.
I've gotten a little stronger. Please don't die too easily.
Newly transformed, Lord Ice stands over the ruined landscape, his imposing form pulsing with raw, effortless power. That wicked grin remains carved deep in his face, as if he's savoring the moment before getting to release some more pent-up energy.
All right, are you ready to fight?
Huh. The words leave his mouth like a challenge already won. Vegeta steadies himself without a vocal answer, just a scoff with his frustration of the situation growing. The sound is strained but defiant, the warrior's breath forcing its way through fracturing pride. As the beast readies himself, Gohan knows in his heart, Piccolo was right. We should have attacked him all together. Knowing he should have been more assertive and not wasting opportunity appeasing Vegeta's ego.
Behind you!
Crashes down like a meteor. Chunks of stone and dirt blast outward. Dust turns above the impact zone. Trunks shouts, his voice strained with panic. There's no answer. There's barely even movement. Gohan tears his glance away, his fingers moving swiftly to his collar, his jaw clenched and heart racing. He yanks his tie loose and tosses it aside. Enough pride. Enough waiting. He calls to the others, they can't hold back anymore. If they don't all act together, they're going to fail. The others agree. Trunks hands the Blessed Wave generator over to Pan. Then addressing Goten, he wants to fuse.
You! Shun! I'll show you the fruits of my training! Let's go, Luke! Right!
Oh, is this over already? What? Do you guys want to play with me too?
From the fight, Gohan utters over to his daughter. He tells her to fire that gun at him. Though she worries he'll turn into an Uzaru if he's exposed to the Blessed Waves, remembering back to the events of GT. While he understands this, he knows he can't defeat him the way he is now. It's an all-or-nothing gamble. But he's gonna have to become a Super Saiyan 4 as well. Questioned if he thinks it'll really work, and he does. That's why he wants her to help him. He explains, when Vegeta came to Earth, I transformed into an Uzaru. At the time, I heard Krillin and Father's voices. Perhaps because of my Earthling blood, I have a high chance of regaining my senses. Continuing that becoming a Super Saiyan 4 is a matter of transforming into an Uzaru, and then coming to your senses. So when he becomes a great ape, he wants her to call out to him, just like his father and Krillin did, just like she did for her grandfather. Given she's his daughter, he believes that her voice should definitely get through to him. With the plan understood, he smiles he's counting on her. Taking aim, they don't waste a second.
What is that huge monkey?
Gohan's becoming Uzaru!
As her father instructed, Pan yells after him.
It's me! Pan! Can't you tell? It's your daughter, Pan! Papa, come to your senses! Papa!
Successfully turning into a Super Saiyan 4. Gohan thanks his child. It's all thanks to her. Now like this, he can fight too. Even though he's kinda getting his butt whooped, Vegeta snarls at the fact he was able to transform right away. A little more positive, Oop shouts, "Incredible! Gohan's a Super Saiyan 4 too! Now we can manage something!" He barks over to Vegeta for them all to fight together. Brushing off his ego. Kinda. The prince scoffs that he can't believe they're having such a hard fight against some of Frieza's leftovers. He takes his stance and warns Gohan to try not to drag him down.
Let's go!
Hell, Frieza can only gasp in horror at what he's seen. His lineage. His revenge. He's starting to see this could be just another humiliation handed to him by the Saiyans he so desperately despises.
Piccolo gasps. They They did it?
On Earth, but away from the battle, the ground rumbles beneath Tien. He stammers. Unbelievable! I've never felt such powerful ki before. Chaozu echoes a statement.
Alright guys, you found a match. Should start in 2 minutes.
The pair can only wonder what's going on. A calm breeze sifts over the wasteland. Gohan steadies himself, each breath labored and drawn deep into his chest. As the battle haze begins to lift, his gaze sweeps the battlefield. He thinks it's over. He wants to believe it's over. But the look on his face hints at his hesitation. Vegeta brushes the grime from his face with the back of his glove. He mutters aloud that it took longer than he thought, his voice undercut by a tinge of exhaustion. All around him, Lord Aiza's soldiers remain frozen in place. Their confident sneers are now gone, replaced with eyes agape, trembling hands, and the silent horror of witnessing something beyond their expectations. They can
Finished?
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Thanks.
You found a power key. Go slide
Flying
it.
Nimbus!
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Flying Nimbus!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. That's a new power key. Place it now. Hey, great! You found another power key.
Savior.
Use it quick.
Flying Nimbus!
Anyone out there? much.
Oh, man. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Thanks.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Holy hell. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. You're done! Let's go! Flying Nimbus!
can only look on in terror. When the calm, albeit deafening footsteps of the villain could be heard emerging from the chasm. This can't be. He looks totally unfazed. This is impossible. He's a monster.
I've had enough fun. Thank you. I've managed to work off some stress. Let me offer you a small present in return. I'll put you all out of your misery with my true form. It will only take an instant, so you won't have to suffer.
But, Vegeta stutters, did he say his true form?
Ha! Allow me to show it to you.
On the world of the Kais. It seems Shushiguro still lingering around this realm after all these years, just carelessly running around chasing butterflies. Right as Kibito Kai raises his voice, calling for Old Kai. Unsurprisingly, he's likely been keeping a close eye on Earth and the situation currently unfolding there through the ever-watchful lens of his crystal ball. However, the so-called Reverend Ancestor is busy bird watching. Kibito Kai scolds, is this any time to be doing that? Completely oblivious, he annoyedly questions what's gotten him so worked up and in such a huff all of a sudden. Who informs his elder he really shouldn't be so easygoing and carefree. Terrible, disastrous things are happening on Earth right now, right at this very moment. Terrible things, huh? Though the old-timer doesn't look particularly amused to have his hobbies interrupted, his successor keeps going. It turns out that Frieza, that guy who tried to take over the galaxy a while ago, had a son. That son is now seeking strong opponents to challenge, namely Goku. In other words, he's come straight to Earth. But is that all there is to it? Old Kai believes he's surely no match for warriors like Vegeta or Son Gohan. And well, it seems he's exponentially stronger than Frieza ever was, and they're having quite a tough and brutal fight. Looking for himself, he peers through the ball to see eyes still in his second form. Sure enough, it really does seem pretty bad. Kibito Kai then questions if there's no way they can lend a hand. Unfortunately, no. Not really, the old man quietly admits. While Kibito Kai bulks, saying that can't be. We have to remember it's more or less universally frowned upon to interfere in the mortal realm. On top of that, there's literally just not much they can do against someone so overwhelmingly powerful. As the two sit together in silence momentarily, the Supreme Kai mentions, so we've really got no choice but to revive Son Goku. After another brief pause, the Elder thinks even that's no use. Presently, reviving him isn't possible. As much as he wants to do something, they've probably got no choice left but to leave it all up to Vegeta and Son Gohan. Defiant, his fellow Kai argues that their opponent is unimaginably
Excellent. as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Welcome.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Welcome. Thank you.
Hey, great!
I'm putting you out of your misery right now!
You found another power key. Use it quick. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Welcome. Whoa.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Get up, insect! Don't go lying down on me now!
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Welcome.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Flying Nimbus! Before you die, allow me to show you what a fully evolved Tuffle is truly capable of.
I need help! I need help!
Get off!
This is a bad time for a
Ally
nap.
down!
Someone!
If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Flying Nimbus!
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Bro, how long does it take to set the damn key, man?
Accept this and rise again!
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Flying Nimbus!
This is bad.
Got all the Dragon Balls, but he killed the person that had the other two.
Extreme caution if you're going to help them. I've included some ultra-defined water with the supplies. It should purify any abnormalities in the body.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Oh, man.
Oh, just kill me, man. Fuck it.
Strong, no matter how skilled those two may be. Though he's cut off, old Kaio interrupts. Well, if they can't overcome a trial of this scale, then the Earth will be done for either way. A bewildering statement. What exactly does that mean? But he doesn't want to get into it right now. He will understand in time. At any rate, all they can do is quietly watch over him. A resolution that only really sits well with one of them. However, it doesn't go unnoticed that the Earth sure does get itself into a bunch of pinches, doesn't it? Akame House. The water gently laps against the shore, cooling the sun-baked golden sand that encircles the lone, quiet dwelling in the middle of the sea. It's here where Roshi also does some bird watching. He cackles to Krillin that hot girls sure are great, but not nearly as laid back. And with a bemoaning sigh, he adds how the old hermit is just as relaxed as ever. There have been huge keys violently clashing together for quite a while now. It looks like something bad is happening again. His wife glances in his direction, almost casually brushing it off. Probably, she scoffs. I don't think I need to tell you not to go doing anything rash. And he knows that he can't do anything truly useful anymore anyway. Hiroshi nudges him gently, telling him not to be so downbeat. Don't let the gloom take over. If the Earth goes, we'll all die too. Unfortunately, we'll just have to rely on Vegeta and Gohan. And he knows this. He really does. But at a time like this, if only Goku were here. Prompting his daughter to tilt her head and ask if he's really dead, seemingly unsure one way or the other. Krillin responds, "Yeah, probably." Back at the battlefield.
Watch very closely. This is my true form.
It's impossible! How can it be so high? It's all over! You can't beat someone like this! Pan! Get away! It's already too late! There's no escaping him. He's starting to come into view.
Somewhat predictably, Aiza's final form bears a clear resemblance to his father's infamous Xenomorph-like iteration. Still never getting his own planet back, King Kai watches the fight from Otherworld regardless. In this eyes, he's strong. Too strong. How in the world could he possibly be so powerful? And who would have ever thought that Frieza had a son? It might all be over. Not just for the Earth, but for the entire universe too. Now that Goku's not here, there's no hope left in defeating him. The ground pulses with dread. A guttural hum builds in every direction. A black aura emits from Aiza as Gohan's eyes remain locked on the monstrous figure before him. Aiza then speaks almost mockingly.
No need to be so frightened. It'll all be over soon enough anyway.
Abruptly, the lesser warriors begin falling en masse. Even Pan is affected. She huddles over, whimpering it hurts.
Alright guys, next match is starting in a minute.
Gotenks grits his teeth. Sparks of electric ki still crackling around him. He reacts to the immense pressure flooding the area. It's Aiza's stupendous ki that's causing people with weaker wills to pass out. A few feet away, Oob staggers, his breathing uneven and shallow. He's barely hanging on and his voice cracks as he mutters, We're done for.
And now for an arena for the tournament. This area should do just fine. Well. This is quite the find. It must be my lucky day.
Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
You're my savior. Someone save me! You be careful too, okay? Someone! You have my thanks.
Flying Nimbus!
Great! You know what to do with that key.
Holy hell.
Gotta get the hell out of here!
You be careful too, okay? Thought I was a goner there.
Have to save the Mandem.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits.
on!
The machine is ready. Head there now. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
He's so fast! Impossible. I fired that Kamehameha full force. How could he deflect it so easily? There's nothing I can do. Not even with that caliber of Kamehameha. Her levels are just too different. Knocking our heroes around without mercy. Vegeta thinks to himself it's hopeless. This is the end of the Earth. There's no way out of this one. I can't win. Somehow, through sheer will picking himself up from the broken, dust-covered ground, Gohan meets Aiza's deadly glare once again. Running out of options and with time slipping away fast, he knows he won't be able to protect the Earth like this. Once again, he's left with no answers. He calls silently on his father for guidance. What should he do? Far away from the battlefield, tucked within the sacred peace of Otherworld, the pair continue to hunch tightly over their glowing crystal ball.
Kibito Kai's voice cracks the silence.
Reverend Ancestor, this is bad. At this rate, they'll be killed.
He turns to the old man beside
He's so fast! I couldn't see those attacks at all!
You think you can run away? Don't be so anxious. I'll kill you soon enough.
She has nothing to do with this! As Pan is frozen with terror, Kibito Kai screams, "Reverend Ancestor, we have to do something!"
who at last agrees. But on Earth...
Damn it! I'm out of power!
Alright guys, final match is starting in 2 minutes.
Stop it, Eyes! Pan! Pan! Ugh.
We're too late!
It's terrible. Pan's key just disappeared. Go.
Huh. What's a weak little thing?
Optimus Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Is anyone out there?
You found a power key. Go slot it.
You're my savior.
Flying Nimbus!
Great! You know what to do with that key. That's a new power key. Place it now. Great! You know what to do with that key.
Are you here to save me?
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Flying Nimbus!
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Holy hell. Thanks.
system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need
Come forth, Shenron!
Now, state your wish. I shall grant you, and it shall be done. I will grant your wish.
You're done!
Looks like you've changed forms again. I wonder, have you gotten a little more with my time?
How dare you do that to Pan? There's no way you're getting away with this! Reverend Ancestor, what in the world is this? Could it be? Ugh.
Witnessing Pan's death, Gohan's anger has exploded. But will this new transformation be enough to defeat such a strong opponent? On the lookout. Dende stares down to the world below, clutching his wooden staff tightly. His eyes tremble while fixed on something he can't directly see, but sense all too.
You bastard!
Incredible! He was still hiding that much power!
With the Kaios. Reverend Ancestor, what the heck is Gohan's transformation?
This is... It looks like Gohan's anger released his hidden power. This shape is what we'll call... Super Saiyan 5.
Kibito Kai recoils in shock, his voice bursting with disbelief. Super Saiyan 5? Beside him, the Space Lemur stares ahead. He too trying to comprehend the overwhelming power they're sensing.
So, this is the Super Saiyan 5. So it means he's stronger.
The old-timer explains. When Gohan forcibly became a Super Saiyan 4, his potential started to release. In fact, it looks like it was fully awakened by Pan's death. With this, the Earth will be okay, Reverend Ancestor? Kibito Kai questions, still holding on to hope. His senior thinks deep on his response, even if just for a moment. For now, it looks like the danger is out of the way. However, while Old Kai seems confident the battle's over, we've seen Gohan let his hubris get the better of him before. Will this prove he's finally learned from his mistakes against Cell and Majin Buu? eyes. Now almost shaking, subconsciously grinds his teeth. A low growl builds in his throat.
It's impossible for such a guy to exist. All of my strength is useless against him. This can't happen. I won't let this happen. I'll settle this now with my full power! This planet! I'll make it disappear! What?
I'll never forgive a monster like you. Man! You killed her as if she were merely an insect! You're nothing but trash!
Disappear!
With that, Aiz is no more. Gohan drops to his knees, the dust around him billowing from the impact. His body quivers, muscles battered, skin torn, blood still trailing from his wounds. All pale to the sorrow he feels inside. Vegeta in hell. Frieza's furious voice echoes across the desolate expanse. His fists tremble with rage as he stares into the void between realms.
You must be kidding! We lost to a Saiyan again?!
Piccolo stands silently at the edge of the rocky plateau.
Gohan, you did well. But for Pantu, we can't... I'm sorry. I'm so powerless.
In the land of the living, Gohan sits bruised and broken, still reeling from everything. Victorious, sure, but there's little celebration to be had. No words are spoken, just the sounds of a broken father. Trunks holds Pan gently in his arms, body limp. Gohan, for the time being, let's get our wounds healed at the lookout. Goten, take Oob with you. North Kai relaxes his shoulders.
It seems over for now. However, the situation could become troublesome again soon.
Oob gasps, his chest rising violently as air floods back into his lungs. Asking if he's okay. Oob jolts up. Everyone! I'm fine! Where's Eyes? Then we see Dende can regrow people's limbs as he heals Trunks' severed hand. He tells how Gohan, still extremely distant, managed to defeat him. Oob's eyes go wide as he processes what he just heard. Gohan! How in the world did you defeat such a strong guy? A fair but unknowingly heavy question. Nonetheless, Trunks quietly fills him in regardless. Finally speaking, Gohan looks over to the Guardian of Earth and asks if he's really sure they can't use the Dragon Balls anymore. Dende turns to Gohan with a pained look. The Dragon Balls? Well, there is a way. However, right now the Dragon Balls are...
Hey! Son Gohan!
Simultaneously, everyone hears an elderly voice holler. Gohan looks up, startled but attentive, recognizing the voice immediately. This voice, is it the old Kaioshin-sama? Yes, I know everything about the current situation. I understand your feelings very well too. But, for now, I... do whatever I can.
Understood. Well then, you'll have to give me your body, if that's okay with you.
Goku exhales slowly, voice steady despite the weight of what he's agreed to. Understood. Please do so.
Very well.
formidable... Not long ago, she would flee from her home with her son never returning from his latest trip to the past. And a new, even more horrible monster emerging as the androids still run loose. She narrates to herself that it might have been like finding a needle in a haystack, but she's finally located New Namek. When it was restored, it was intentionally placed in an obscure part of the universe to help keep it safe from would-be invaders. She then uses voice recognition technology to have one of her devices generate a report on the ship's remaining energy levels. Currently, there's 27% of the fuel left. To reach the new targeted destination, a total of 18% will be required, before finally announcing that it will take 14 days before arrival. Something that sounds perfect to our scientist. At this rate, she'll be there soon. Only 2 weeks left to go. And she'll finally have the chance to save Earth. Again calling out to the AI, named Grief26. Possibly an, albeit depressing play on words with her father, Grief. And maybe a fourth wall break, as May 26 was the date of the Cell games in the other timeline. Either way, she commands full power ahead towards New Namek. But in the same timeline, we jump back to Earth a few years ago. The following is likely the events that caused Bulma to leave the planet. Cell touches down in his imperfect form, noticeably giving the androids a bit of trouble. 18 hisses to know how a stupid roach could be this strong. The creature snarls that it seems like they haven't been listening to him. He is Cell, the ultimate warrior created by Dr. Gero's computer. The data instilled into him is clear. By absorbing the two of them, he will be granted his perfect form, and then his power will know no bounds. 17 barks for this dirty bug to shut up. What is he talking about? He himself is the strongest android ever created. His sister backs this up by asking if he thinks they'll simply allow themselves to be absorbed by a freak of nature like him. He's gravely mistaken. Her foe retorts that they should be honored to have the chance to be part of the universe's greatest warrior. But anyway, it's not like he's giving them a choice. He will absorb them both, willingly or not.
That bug got vaporized. What was his name again?
Allow me to remind you. I am Cell.
Able to get a hold of 18, the creature cackles that there's no use in fighting back. She was created merely to help him achieve perfection.
Trunks!
Shouting as he swells with power. He's done it. Although it's unlikely the twins would be able to defeat him together, now in a semi-perfect state, 17 alone stands absolutely no chance. Turning to the remaining cyborg, Cell chortles that now it's his turn. Again in the year 798. She quickly finds herself in front of New Namek without incident. The AI calls out that the main objective has been reached. Preparing herself, she tells Grief26 to initiate landing protocol. The ship plants itself on the soil and announces landing a success. About to set foot on the green world for the first time. Well, more or less the first time in several decades. Bulma figures it's about time. Slowly disembarking and getting a look at her surroundings. Even if it is New Namek, it's identical to the old one.
To think it's been over 35 years since their adventures against that freak Frieza. This makes her feel old. But any which way, now she has to locate the Dragon Balls. Using her radar, they appear to be scattered all over the place. She remembers that the Namekians said that each one was guarded by a village, so it's likely they retained that practice since migrating here. Closest one is about 40 kilometers south. She remembers that she needs to be careful when flying over the water. The last thing she needs is to get this far only to be eaten by one of their giant fish. Grabbing a capsule, she opens it to give her a quicker means of travel. She takes off and makes her way to the nearest village. But the question must be asked, why haven't any Namekians already come to greet her? Surely they would have noticed a spaceship landing on their planet after the events from before. Regardless, she finds herself right where she needs to be. And just to address the aforementioned statement, there doesn't appear to be any sign of stress or destruction. A couple locals are spotted below and one is even seen gathering water. Getting a closer look, it appears to be business as usual for the Namekians. In this village, they continue their rituals of gardening, mentoring the youngsters, and someone's even getting a new house. As they finally spot Bulma coming in fast. Though causing a slight panic, she apologizes to barge in like this. She explains that her name is Bulma and she comes from planet Earth. Stepping away from her vehicle, she furthers that she's met a lot of the natives that should still be here. A little more than 35 years ago when Frieza invaded the old Namek. After his explosion, all the Nameks wished back with the Dragon Balls came to stay with her on Earth for a few days. But with little response from anyone, she questions if they remember. But what? She was there when Frieza attacked? Does this mean she's one of his allies? Of course no! Not at all! She just, That's when Mori enters the scene with perfect timing. He assures his children not to be afraid. Bulma is an old friend and doesn't have any ties to Frieza. Quite the opposite, actually. Because of her and her friends, the Namekians were able to survive. Swinging her head around, the Earthling is quick to recognize the Elder. With the situation simmering, he asks her to forgive this inconsiderate welcome. The majority of the inhabitants of this village were not yet born when the other Namekians were on Earth. Her arrival today is no surprise either. Mori's most gifted student sensed a familiar key heading towards Namek. Coming to the surprise of the space traveler, his most gifted student? Who could that be? Regardless, he assures said pupil is going to be happy to see her. A bit confused. The Namekian in question isn't long to make himself known. It's Dende, who bids Bulma a warm hello. In this timeline, he was never taken to Earth by Goku to become the new Guardian. Our heroine recognizes him right away. She can't believe he's here too. She gushes how happy she is to see him. He's grown up so much she would never have recognized him. And as a matter of fact, he's happy to see her as well. And she too has grown quite old. But what the heck is wrong with him? She thought Namekians were supposed to be polite people. Who assures her it was a compliment? On Namek, looking old is considered a sign of wisdom. Offering an awkward apology, Dende moves the conversation along and inquires what brings her here anyway. Exuding a heavy sigh, she hopes he has a little time for this, because it's quite a lot. And unfortunately, she doesn't come here bearing good news. Growing serious, Dende resolves that what she has to say will not be pleasant. He suggests they move this to the Elder's house. A few hours pass as Bulma spares no detail in the events of the last 30-odd years. Everything from Goku's heart virus to the androids, the fall of Earth's defenders, her invention of time travel, which is why her son didn't accompany her on this dangerous journey. And of course the arrival of Cell. Without much to comfort her, Dende can only apologize that she's been through so many terrible things since the Namekians got their new home. Mori adding if only they knew, they would have been able to help. With the obvious solution already in mind, he utters that he'll notify the village chiefs to gather the Dragon Balls. So in record time, now that the task is done, they can summon Purunga. Pakurun, Papurunga, open Apollo!
You have summoned me. Now, speak your wishes. I shall grant you 3, whatever they are.
It having been so long since Shenron was summoned, and never really getting to see much of Purunga up close, Bulma forgot how impressive all this stuff was. The Elder instructs that she can state her wishes in her own native language. Purunga will understand. He's no longer limited to the Namekian dialect. A change that likely shouldn't have been made. For the sake of convenience, it works great in this situation though. Turning to the Almighty Dragon, she states that her first wish is this. Her son Trunks traveled to the past 13 years ago. She wishes for him to be alongside of her on Namek. With a pause, Purunga explains that he cannot grant this wish. It's beyond his power. Trunks died in a different timeline. Only the Dragon Balls from the era he currently belongs to can bring him back. She must state another wish. While the news of her son's passing hits hard, she wants Trunks to know how sorry she is. It was her stupid idea in the first place to send him back to the past. Dende moves forward to comfort her. They still have 3 wishes, so not all is lost. Maybe they can figure something out. Who appreciates the kindness, but she's prepared herself for this eventuality. She questions if the dragon still has limits regarding how long a person's been dead, and his ability to bring him back. Another thing she needn't worry herself with. Since he's been upgraded, Purunga no longer has any such restriction. Though as eternal beings do, Purunga begins to grow impatient as he growls that she's ready to finally speak her wishes. And with that, she has her first. She would like him to undo something that happened several years ago in the past. Although this information is hidden from the reader. This is a request he can grant. She can consider it done. So just like that, Bulma's first wish was granted by Purunga. Whatever the wish may have been, Earth still lies in ruins. Before a pair of boots thud on the ground, a voice wonders aloud what just happened. He remembers this place. It's where he was before. He's back on Earth. But how? How could this possibly be? Future Gohan has been brought back to life. With the wheels turning to get Trunks' future back to its once peaceful state, the question remains whether Bulma wished everybody back killed by the androids, or for some reason just Gohan. As she has 2 wishes remaining, what else can she do to undo the horrors that have been done? And even if she does, is Cell still lurking around our world, leaving our hero, or heroes, essentially dead in the water once more? After making her first wish, the dragon clarifies exactly what it was. As I think Purunga can't bring back multiple people at once, only Gohan has been brought back to life. Since his body was in a state of advanced decomposition, he's given him the one he had in Otherworld. While this seemingly doesn't tell us much, it alludes to our hero getting to keep his body after falling to the androids. This means it's very possible he's gotten the opportunity to become stronger. We can speculate as much as we want, but Purunga isn't so patient. He demands Bulma now state her second wish. Being as hard-headed as she is, her focus is on those around her rather than the magical serpent floating above. She knows that Gohan must feel so lost right now. It's been 18 years since he died. So one of her next 2 wishes needs for her to be teleported back to Earth. First, she knows she has to choose her next wish carefully because the Earth doesn't have Dragon Balls anymore. Something Mori is sure she needn't worry about. Dende will come back with her. That way, her planet will have a new guardian as well as the Dragon Balls. But is the Grand Elder sure? Don't they need Dende here on New Namek? He reasons that Bulma and her friends saved them all from Frieza. It's the least they can do to express their gratitude towards them all. And being as noble as he is, Dende himself pipes up and admits it'd be a great pleasure to be allowed to become their new guardian. Our scientist doesn't know what to say. She thanks them for how awesome they are. If the Earth can get new Dragon Balls, it'll be a complete game changer. Hollering out to know if Purunga's ready, here's her second wish. Again, what exactly she wishes for is hidden from the reader. He bellows out to the Earthling it can be done. With Gohan still trying to figure everything out, he wonders how he was brought back to life. The Earth doesn't have Dragon Balls anymore since Piccolo and Kami died. So it must be the Namekian Balls. Why didn't he think of that sooner? Walking around, he tries to gather just how many years have passed since he died. Apparently, he hasn't been keeping track while doing whatever he's been doing. The only thing that makes sense in the moment is to find Trunks and Bulma. Trying to sense him out. Naturally, Trunks is in the afterlife of another timeline, something Gohan has no way of knowing. But the life signals on the planet, he can barely feel anything. It seems like there are only a few Earthlings still alive. Those androids! There's no doubt that those two monsters are the ones behind all this disaster and desolation. Facing such dire straits, Trunks and Bulma must have fled the Earth to get help from the Namekians. That must be why he can't sense their energies. However, there is something he does sense. There's an enormous power close to the planet. It's his dad's ki. There's also Piccolo and Vegeta's, and even Frieza's. Well, that's impossible. Piccolo became the Guardian of Hell, so that prevents him from coming back to life. And with the heart virus, Goku shouldn't be able to be wished back either. So what does this mean? Going back to Gohan's comments about Piccolo becoming the Guardian of Hell, this is something that happens in Dragon Ball GT. He chooses to perish with the Earth and basically ends up being Hiffle Batman. But in this story, it can only confirm that there have been things happening with the Z-Fighters off-screen since falling to the androids. What kind of training, if any, have they done? What kind of adventures have they gotten into? Coming back like the cancer he is in this tale, Cell finds himself trekking through space, blowing up planets and other celestial bodies for no reason but to cure his boredom. He scoffs in loathful frustration that this entire solar system is filled with nothing but pathetic civilizations and unworthy warriors, each one more disappointing than the last. Something he hasn't done yet, though. How about he destroy everything that remains in the system once and for all? When he too senses a distant energy, this key, it's impossible. If he's not mistaken, it's coming from Earth. This may be his opportunity to finally have some fun. As he quickly makes his way back, Gohan still has no idea what's going on. All he knows is that he senses a being that contains the same key signatures as his family and friends, who he knows for a fact are still in Otherworld, and now it's speeding towards him. When Bulma and Dende teleport in, running over to our long-lost friend, the trio couldn't be happier to be reunited. As Dende and Gohan haven't seen each other since they were small children, they almost have to reintroduce themselves to be recognized. Bulma stammers with tears in her eyes that she's so happy to see him, then explains that Dende came back with her to take over as Guardian. The Saiyan assures his friends that he's happy to see them too. He figured that was the reason he came back to life in the first place, but he never would have imagined that Dende would be coming back with her. But she needs to tell him. What's happened to the Earth? The world is in utter ruins. Was it the androids that exterminated almost all the life here? What's been going on in his absence? Lowering her head. So much has happened over the last couple decades. She really doesn't know where to begin. Gohan assumed as much. Near the planet, he's sensing an incredible key, nearly identical to all of their dead friends, as well as Frieza. He has a bad feeling about this. Does she have any idea who it could be? That's when the Namekian also takes notice of it. He can feel Piccolo and Frieza's energy radiating from it. What an absolutely crushing power! Bulma barks out that it's Cell. It must be that atrocious cockroach. A Cell? Who or what is that? She informs Gohan that he's a monster created by Dr. Gero's computer. He's compromised their friend's cells and DNA. That's why he's sensing those familiar energies. He showed up on Earth about 10 years ago. His goal was to absorb 17 and 18 to obtain his perfect form. Bulma had to leave the Earth because he was hunting humans to consume their life force. This confirms our hero's worst fear. It'll never stop. Another monster from that damn Gero. It wasn't even the androids. It was Cell who wiped out most of humanity. Given Bulma has been off planet since becoming aware of this new threat, she wonders aloud if they think that he managed to absorb the androids. A reality that is very well possible. His power is impressive. With a likely battle approaching, the question then must be asked where Trunks is. Did he not go with her to Namek? If not, where is he? Hiding her emotions. A few years after Gohan died, the scientists finished her time machine. Trunks managed to do a two-way trip to the past and give Goku the medicine he needed, as well as warn everyone about 17 and 18. But on his second trip to help their friends in the past, he just never came back. She asked Purunga to bring him here, but was told that it was impossible because he died in another timeline. this most recent tragedy setting in. All the Saiyan can do is apologize. But optimistic, she still holds out hope that she'll be able to save him. She thinks she might have a way. Detracting from this to return to the situation at hand, Gohan states for now she and Dende should take cover. But why? What's suddenly the matter? Of course, not being able to sense energy. So she's enlightened that Cell is speeding towards the Earth as they speak, and fast. But what? Cell is coming back? But maybe it doesn't matter. Unlike Vegeta, he was able to keep his body in Otherworld, per Purunga. So he must have gotten all sorts of stronger while he was there. He can beat Cell for sure, right? Hesitating to answer this. The truth is, he has no idea. It's been a while since he trained with his dad or Piccolo, causing the scientist's blood to run cold. She cries out and pouts that it can't be! Purunga just gave her 30s back! She doesn't want to die already! Revealing her second wish before having the dragon take her back here, which is about as vain as her DBBL wish in the superhero movie. As the pair take off from the soon-to-be battlefield, she screams out to Gohan that she just brought him back to life. He better not die again. Though not choosing the best place to spectate from, Cell's here. Taking in the sight before him. The Biodroid cackles, would you look at that? Seems like he wasn't wrong after all. It really is Gohan. This is quite the surprise. His data tells him that he died fighting the androids a long time ago. Where has he been hiding all these years? Although he likely already knows it in his heart, Dende wants to confirm with Bulma if that is Cell or not. And she believes it is, without a doubt. But his appearance has changed. He's a bit less hideous than before. Does that mean he's obtained his perfect form? Who smirks said he thought Gohan would be a little more talkative. Maybe he's simply too terrified to be up against the perfect being. Moving in. Gohan questions. Perfect, huh? That must mean he managed to absorb androids 17 and 18. Which is indeed what happened. Those two androids are merely tools built to help him attain his perfection. Unexpectedly, Gohan scoffs that he supposes it could be considered a good thing that he's absorbed those two monsters. That means when he gets rid of him, the world will also be rid of all of Jiro's horrors, and it'll know peace again. Initially stunning the villain. This comment only causes him to bellow out with that arrogant laughter we've all become accustomed to. He chortles, "Get rid of me." He has to admit, Gohan here has a great sense of humor. Does he realize how absurd his words sound? The same warrior who is powerless against 17 and 18. Does he really think he can hold his own against him? Perfection incarnate! But then again, the Saiyan's presence here is almost a blessing. Since he got this perfect body, he's barely had the chance to entertain himself. He better try to not disappoint him in this battle.
Oh? So there's the Super Saiyan. It's actually the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Your power multiplied considerably. It seems like you've improved with time. Come now, Gohan! Show me the reach of your strength! The fight beginning. Dende could barely keep up with him at this speed. Something he didn't need to tell Bulma. Already on the back foot! You're still way too weak, Gohan!
smashing Gohan into the ruins of the city. Cell calls for Gohan to show himself. Don't tell him he's already ran out of steam. It's only the beginning, and he's just starting to have fun. Calmly emerging. Cell touches down to hear himself talk some more. He commends his opponent for surviving this little warm-up. With this perfect body, no one has been able to last more than a few seconds. Aside from that statement proving how important context is, he's nevertheless happy that Gohan is exceeding his expectations. Thinking, our hero knows he's become very sloppy in his abilities. He's lost the reflexes that are key to being a great warrior. Cell must have only used a fraction of his power just now. The situation could turn sour if he doesn't get his instincts back soon. He's also getting used to this earthly body again. In Otherworld, it was much more durable and drains much slower. Continuing, Cell announces that his foe's presence here finally offers the chance to test his perfect body's full power. He hopes he's ready to be utterly terrified. Now possibly at his max, all of our heroes look on in awe. Saying another thing that doesn't need to be said, Dende clamors that he's never felt such power before. With Bulma inquiring if that means Gohan is. But the truth is, Cell is much stronger. The villain cackles for Gohan to be honored. He's the first to witness his strength in its entirety. Unsure what to say, Cell only hopes his adversary doesn't die too quickly. Kicking Gohan around like a ragdoll. Cell continues to pat himself on the back, commenting that his max power is quite astonishing, isn't it? But not losing his resolve, Gohan taunts that he thought Cell said the warm-up was over. Only annoying him, the monster chirps that even in his pitiful state, the Earthling insists on being arrogant. Pathetic vermin! He'll be sure to give him a slow and painful death. Gohan reveals that he himself made a mistake. He gravely overestimated Cell. Gohan grins as Cell's perfect body is so fragile.
What?
With the tables taking a sudden turn, just what kind of training did Gohan do to obtain this kind of power in only his normal Super Saiyan form? Will this finally be the end of this nightmare of the future timeline? Or is it merely another devious game Cell is playing on our heroes?
Where did he go? Right here! Oh, oh.
Yeah, Operator Max 2.
Showing what his training in Otherworld has resulted in, Cell finds himself in the dirt, only able to witness firsthand the power before him. Standing, we're met with an irony that neither of these iterations would ever know. As we saw in the panels before, Cell has lost the ability to use his left arm, the exact same thing he would do to Gohan in the original story. However, the show of resolve doesn't last long for the villain as he again falls to a knee. Instead of spouting off about some secret trump card, or spitting out a cocky quip of him using
We're
only a
35
portion
right
of
now,
his
so I'll rate a
strength,
match
the
soon.
bioandroid curses that this is impossible. How? How could he have such tremendous power? Instead, it's Gohan with a show of confidence. He chirps at his foe if that's his full power. He stands no chance here. It's over.
Shut up!
Coming to a surprise to the both of them, even though it's second nature to the viewer to know that Cell can regenerate. This being Gohan's first encounter with the Fiend, and Cell himself never facing a challenge so great that he needed to even try. He stands in amazement at his own ability, even having to ask himself if he just regenerated. It's like he did so out of mere instinct. The Saiyan comments that Cell seems surprised that he possesses the same ability as Piccolo, so it is true that he's never faced someone who is able to do enough damage to find out. But after that, even more so than before, he's on the verge of exhaustion. He might have 2 arms again, but he's in a far worse position than if he had just kept it broken off. And just like his alternate self from the past, the one who faced a young, enraged Gohan, at least from the original story, Cell felt something for the first time in his existence. Fear. He screams no! How can it be? His data was clear. By obtaining his perfect body, he should have become invincible. No mere mortal anywhere in the universe, let alone this devastated rock, should have a warrior who can come anywhere near his power. Slowly stepping closer to him, Gohan informs that the data Cell has isn't wrong. Gohan did get killed by androids 17 and 18. He had the privilege of keeping his body in the other world. And even if the bioandroid is able to somehow go back in time, say 10 years ago, he's still trained alongside of his father as well as Piccolo, neither of which he would last even a second against. Flashing back, the day Gohan died, he was treated to this sight firsthand. Yamcha explained to him that his dad surpassed the Super Saiyan state. He can now use a form that he calls Super Saiyan 2. And for Piccolo, he's been using the full potential of the Namekians that they're all calling Ultimate Namekian, though he himself seemed reluctant to give it a proper name. And just to clarify, if we zoom in, it does not look like this is Orange Piccolo or anything. Krillin tells how they've all made some considerable progress since they died, but those two are simply geniuses. There hasn't been a single day where they haven't trained their hearts out, which is why King Kai doesn't want them on his planet anymore. This latest blow driving the fear all the further into Cell. Gohan may have had to regain his fighting instincts in this battle. Just so he knows, he didn't even have to use his full power against him. What Cell considers this almighty god level of stolen perfection is nothing more than a single step to the Saiyan himself, one that he passed long ago. And now horrified Cell screeches for his adversary to silence himself. He's nothing more than an insect, an insolent pest. He is Cell, the ultimate being of the universe.
Lose against you!
Spectating, even from so far away, Dende and Bulma can see that Cell is now enormous. What happened to him? The former reasons, and senses, that he must have boosted his power. But what? That's bad news for Gohan, isn't it? However, it's quite the opposite. Cell's brute strength reduces his speed. He's no match for Gohan now. Actually, he's all but assured that he won't even touch him. In a strange twist, Cell spats out Android 17. He just threw him up. He's one of the androids who wreaked havoc on Earth, Bulma says to Dende, which explains the power drop. Cell is weaker than ever now, who's still trying to gather himself. Looking down at what just happened, The transformation ensues before he has time to even process what's going on.
No! No!
Now that his enemy has lost so much power, Gohan decides that he's seen enough. The reign of terror brought on by Gero and his abominations is over. The Saiyan vows that he will crush Cell once and for all.
Never!
Beelining it towards space, Gohan shouts after the coward for trying to run away. But the villain's plan is that once he gets off the planet, he'll blow this world to pieces with Gohan on it. A little ill thought given he can still regenerate in the worst case scenario, but he likely has no idea of the extreme extent of that ability in this timeline. It seems it doesn't matter what Cell's planning. Gohan promises he won't get away, and today's the day he's finally the one to die.
I'm almost there!
Once again, unbeknownst to our hero, he would manage to take Cell out with one final Kamehameha. Just a few years later this time around, it's finally over. Well, almost. Given all the chaos and suffering the android caused him, his family, friends, and the people of Earth, Gohan shoots 17 a death stare as he hisses that he could have gone without seeing the android's face again. But this will be the last time. Who stands up to say that he could say the same about him. Though given the situation, he's grateful that he eradicated that monster. But the Saiyan scowls for him to keep his gratitude. He's no better than that creature he just blew into a million pieces. The only reason 17 is still alive is because that monster spit him up and tried to flee. However, the former villain claims to be nothing like Cell. He was born a human here on Earth. He and his sister were forcibly turned into killing machines by that crazy old man. Did Gohan know that? Also, he could exact revenge on Gohan's father. They never asked for such a life. Continuing his sob story, he admits that he felt Gohan's tremendous power from his blasts, punches, and kicks while stuck inside Cell. He won't try anything stupid. He only pleads to be spared. His only wish is to live peacefully on Earth. How dare he try to play the victim now and beg for mercy? Did he or his sister ever give mercy to any of the innocent women or children they massacred just to entertain themselves? With that power-up, the android notices Gohan's boosted himself up to Super Saiyan 2. Who furthers that he warned 17 before he died, that he would never break humanity's will to live. And now, he will not take any risk concerning Earth's safety. Since he's come back to life, it's his responsibility to protect it. Now on his hands and knees begging to just be given a second chance to prove himself. Gohan barks for him to be silent. He will never forgive him for all the pain that he's caused. Humanity will rebuild itself and finally live in a peaceful world. Somewhere 17 and his sister don't belong. With that, it's really over now. Prompting Dende and Bulma to sprint out from the shadows. Giving the pair a familiar salute, he shouts to them his location.
Still here waiting,
out of
man.
the way.
Still here waiting.
Not only is Cell gone, but the androids too. He's done it. Warming tears in her eyes. After all of these years of suffering, they're finally free. She knew that she could count on him. He saved them all. And mentioning a good point, it's only due to Bulma's unwavering determination. This victory is as much on her as it is on him. She was the planet's final hope and worked relentlessly to locate New Namek. Ergo, naturally, their Namekian friends were also instrumental in making this happen. At least in reference to herself. Bulma's glad that he mentioned that. She's not the type to pat herself on the back, but she thinks they can all agree that this time, she did save the Earth. Even the universe. She had total faith in Gohan to take care of the fighting stuff. That's why she resurrected him in particular. Though the Saiyan coyly laughs this off, he has to mention that, speaking of which, he's surprised that she didn't bring back Vegeta. She could have with the Namekian Dragon Balls, right? Why did she ask to look young again instead? Screaming like she does, and given Dende obliviously called her old-looking only minutes prior back on Namek, she questions if they have any idea what it's like to grow old. No, they don't. Gohan died at like age 23 and didn't age in Otherworld. And Dende can live for literal centuries without getting a single wrinkle. No way in heck should let Vegeta see her as a 65-year-old grandma. Should rather die. But of course she thought about him. Although, she knew darn well that he wouldn't be keeping his body in Otherworld. To bring him back was way too risky. He's an idiot. Knowing him, he would have just rushed headfirst against Cell. And for what? Either way, Dende will make them a new set of Dragon Balls, so everything will be reset eventually. News that comes to the surprise of Gohan. He questions Dende how that's possible. Did he bring a set from New Namek or something? Which isn't exactly how it works. What he'll try to do is reactivate the original balls from here on Earth. For that, he'll need the Dragon model statue created by the previous Guardian. Do they have any idea where it might be? And the natural thought is that it must be on Kami's lookout. There isn't anywhere else it could be. First, they need to get there. Bulma only hopes that the lookout wasn't destroyed by the androids or Cell. And she doesn't want to be carried all the way there, so she suggests that they get on her plane. Moments later, with the opportunity just to sit back and relax, Dende was able to heal Gohan from the battle. Thanking him, he mentions that it's also really awesome that he's going to become the new Guardian of Earth, who returns the gratitude. It'll be an honor for him, actually. Although, he can only reactivate the Dragon Balls if the Dragon model still has some magic from the previous Guardian within it. Of course, this is quite the shock to our heroes. Bulma questions what'll happen if there's no more magic left in the Shenron model. Piccolo and Kami died more than 30 years ago. Quelling her concerns, the Namekian assures that she has no need to worry. If that is the case, he'll create new ones. The only caveat is that they will need to wait a full year to make use of them. That's the only way he can make them more powerful than the previous ones. To the great relief of the scientist. What's one more year after waiting 30? Either way, they're going to be getting their friends back really soon. Looking out the window, Gohan requests Bulma to slow the aircraft down a bit. Alarmed at what he's talking about, he says that he wants to get off here. Confused? Is he sure? They're still pretty far away from the lookout, but he's 100% certain. He'll go out the back hatch. As it opens, he happily informs the others that he'll meet him at the lookout in just a little bit, bidding them a short-lived farewell. Dende points out that he seemed to be really focused on something. Does she have any idea what's gotten him so pensive? With tears in her eyes again, it hits Bulma exactly what his intentions are. He's going after what he treasures the most in this world. After disembarking from the aircraft that he, Bulma, and Dende were on, Gohan now finds himself at his own memorial. Well, not just his own, but the gravesite that also contains Grandpa Ox and Goku himself. In the background, we see an old house that we should be relatively familiar with by now. Either way, that wasn't the main thing he left the others to see. Now in front of the house itself. It's been so long since he's been to this place. As he approaches, he knew it. He knows that key. Letting himself in. A shotgun-wielding Chi-Chi commands the thug to stay right where he is. It's been a long time since thieves came near here. The last ones ended up filled with holes. But wait! It's him! It's Gohan! But, Gohan? Her son relaxes his face and admits it really is. He's finally home. Dashing over to him, she sobs that she missed him so much. He expresses that he missed her too. But how is this possible? She buried him herself 18 years ago. Gohan pleads for her forgiveness for abandoning her for so long. He's sorry. She chides for him not to talk such nonsense. All of that doesn't matter anymore. Just like her old self, she's sure that he's starving, who actually wouldn't mind a nice little meal. For the first time in years, Chi-Chi gets to cook her only son his favorite dishes. Also, his clothes are all torn. He should change them. He'll find his old outfits, as well as his father's, in his room. The meal will be ready within an hour. As the young man thanks his mother. The sun sets on this monumental day. Scarfing down dinner, Gohan dictates now that 17 and Cell are dead, the world will finally be able to live in peace. When he arrived back in the living world, he saw his grandfather's name on the family grave. Is it Cell or the cyborgs that caused this? Chi-Chi explains that she heard of Cell on the survivors' radio frequency, but the Mount Paozu area is really isolated. Apart from a few looters, no one has been here. His grandfather passed away a few years ago. Gohan's death hurt him the most. He never really got over it. He would be so proud to know that he was the one who freed everybody from the cyborgs in Cell. Anyway, he's been quite busy for his first day back on Earth. She wants to hear all about his 18 years in the other world. What did he do during all this time? And it would take a long time to explain, but he'll make it short. He spent 8 years training with his dad and Piccolo. Then, thanks to Kaio-sama, he had the chance to study for the next 10 years with some great scientists. And really? Shockingly, not about the studying part, but he was with Goku? How is he doing? He's fine. It won't surprise her to know that he spends most of his time training. Besides that, he misses her very much. He doesn't think a day went by without him talking about her cooking. Who swoons over the thought that even after all this time, her Goku still thinks about her. She supposes that just like Gohan, he hasn't aged in heaven either. Of course, Chi-Chi isn't well versed on the nuances regarding heaven, Hiffle, otherworld, etc. She continues to fawn that he must still be as young and handsome as she remembers, while she herself has become a wrinkled granny. It isn't fair. Looking towards the camera, Gohan chuckles to himself that he thinks it's still a bit too early to tell her about Bulma getting her 30s back via the Namekian Dragon Balls. Arranging the second course, the proud mother is happy to see that he still has the same appetite. As she stated before, she's cooked all of his favorite dishes. He deserves it. Thanking her, Gohan chortles that she really is the best cook in the whole world. When the question is brought up, Chi-Chi says aloud, "Come to think of it, he never told her what Bulma's last wish was. Supposing it was to bring Vegeta back to life, right?" But, not really. She asked Purunga to give her her 30s back. For the first time in 31 years, the sun rises on a world at peace. Although she knows he has to help the survivors, Chi-Chi wants her son to promise that he will come back soon. And she has nothing to worry about. He'll come back as often as possible. Before she humorously scowls for him to not forget to tell Bulma that she needs to find a way to get her younger too. She can't be the only one of the group who stays old. Stuttering a little, they'll tell her, bidding her goodbye for now. Dashing into the horizon. He can sense that the survivors are all so scattered. It'll take time to help them all. He hopes that Dende will be able to give them new Dragon Balls in order to repair all the atrocities committed by the cyborgs in Cell. Speaking of which, he's almost at Korin's tower. Recreating a familiar scene from another timeline. Gohan catches up with his friends, offering a little bit of small talk before hopping to it. Bulma questions how Chi-Chi's doing.
We'll be waiting for a match like half an hour,
thanks
bro.
to Bulma's efforts that allowed him to return to life.
Can't find one.
By the way, she would like her to find a way for her to get younger too. Ironically, though not too surprisingly given it is Bulma, she already has an idea, but she'll need a new lab before she can get started. Dende grimaces that in the future, it would be better not to use the Dragon Balls for such wishes. Which, yeah, of course. Right, Bulma? Right, Bulma? Anyway, the new Guardian presents the model of Shenron. And he must say, this is a rather original design. It's the first time he's seen one of this kind. Bulma's fears were well founded. before when she was worried that the model would no longer contain any trace of magic within it. Unfortunately, that appears to be the case, so an immediate reactivation is going to be impossible. Nevertheless, having an intact model of the dragon isn't nothing. Using it, he'll be able to create the original Dragon Balls. Huh? The original Dragon Balls? What does he mean by that? He elaborates that these are also known as the Ancestral Dragon Balls. Their creation was only possible thanks to the magic formula transmitted by the creators to the ancient Namekians during time immemorial. Their powers are described as unequaled in the Namek legends. No great elder has managed to recreate them for thousands of years, but he himself possesses this power, which is why Elder Mori wanted to send him to Earth with her. For it'll take a greater power than even Purunga to restore this planet and its inhabitants. We'll need an entire year to achieve this. Although he frames this like a disappointment, it's actually crazy impressive. It even causes Bulma to spout out that he's the real genius. The scientist announces that she's going to see if Capsule Corp is still standing and get some materials to help the survivors. Gohan excitedly adds that they'll take advantage of this year. They'll gather the survivors and start rebuilding the world. Touching down in the remains of what is possibly West City, Gohan is glad to see that Yajirobe has survived all these years. He understands that it's thanks to him that all these people are still alive. He's a true hero. He explains to Goku's son that it was Korin's last wish. He wanted him to take care of the survivors so humanity could continue. He tried his best. Anyway, Gohan must have become an incredible warrior if he managed to get rid of that butt-munch Cell. Peeking over his shoulder is a middle-aged Mr. Satan. He boasts that he was a great warrior himself in his youth. He should have even participated in the World Championships, but before the arrival of the cyborgs. This brings up a couple things about Mr. Satan. If Goku and Piccolo was the championship bout of the 23rd World Tournament, and the 25th World Tournament of the normal timeline was Android 18 and Mr. Satan, this means either in this timeline, something stopped the 24th Budokai from happening, or something led to Mr. Satan not entering like he normally would have. Further, or Trunks' arrival in the past could have somehow messed all of everything up. It only took a few weeks for our friends to gather all the survivors on Earth. With a bright future on the horizon, the reconstruction of the world could begin. A little more than a year has passed since Gohan's victory over Cell and Android 17. Dende has just reunited everyone at the lookout. He calls out to everybody that he's glad to see them all. It took a little longer than expected to make the original Dragon Balls, but they're finally gonna use them. But something is very different about these balls. Red? Red Dragon Balls? So these are the Ancestral variation, the most powerful ones Dende told him about. The truth is, a lot of knowledge has been lost after the Great Cataclysm on ancient Namek. Even if he himself has the gift of creation, his capabilities are limited to one, and only one wish. But one thing is for sure, the power of these balls is immense. Unlike the others, they're not linked to any dragon. It is a power that the Namekians themselves breathe into them. Once finished, this set of Dragon Balls will self-destruct. Only one wish? Meaning Chi-Chi won't be able to see Goku again. He wasn't a victim of the cyborgs or Cell. Speaking of Chi-Chi, Gohan points out that she's looking as fine as ever. She regained her youth thanks to a rejuvenating cream invented by Bulma. Postulating on how they should phrase their wish, Dende asks if it's to bring back the victims of the cyborgs in Cell, isn't it? And if Gohan remembers correctly, 17 said that he killed Dr. Gero himself, causing Chi-Chi to scoff that there's no way they're bringing that crazy man back to life. Can they resurrect only people with a good heart? However, by making this wish, Dende doubts that Vegeta can also be brought back to life, something Chi-Chi forgot about, apologizing to Bulma. Picking his nose, Yajirobe doesn't really see what the problem is, prompting a heated response. Gohan then argues that when Vegeta died, he wasn't the same person as when they fought him on Earth. He doubts resurrection will be a problem. His father told him that before Vegeta arrived at the check-in station, Goku himself tried to negotiate with King Yama to allow him into heaven. However, he refused. But in return, he did agree not to send him to hell and also not allow his soul to be purged or reincarnated. Therefore, he cannot legally be considered evil. He knows the subject well. He studied the laws of heaven and hell during his time dead. Solving the issue rather quickly, sounds like Bulma Slampiece has more or less simply been in a dormant state or suspended animation these last few decades. Likely, Goku foresaw this day and wanted to give his rival a fighting chance to reclaim his old life. Now, Dende will get started. He warns everyone to back off just a bit. Udvavi Peroko Niza, Umruko Izase Nifi Hanefa. Summoning a dragon that looks an awful lot like Ultimate Shenron, the one who appears from the Black Star Dragon Balls in GT. Let's just hope this resemblance is only a coincidence. The dragon saying his dragon things. The time has come. After over 30 years of horror. In just under 2 years since the series began airing on this channel, he informs the Serpent of his wish. He wants him to bring back all the victims of the cyborgs in Cell. Please only resurrect the good people.
Alpha Virumi Hanadi Vash, Nise Pogizivi, Elfain Dabse, Dabmi Badnono, Dafyesh, Ruvitaru Dabsivipo.
Unable to understand what's being said, Gohan makes sure everything's okay. Is he able to grant the wish? And yes, their wish has been granted. As such, the Great Dragon announces that he will now withdraw from the summoning, offering the group farewell. Just as stated previously, sure enough, the balls really did explode. Yajirobe trembles, that red dragon was truly scary. But the question remains, did it really work? Given their expressions, Gohan and Dende seem to have very little doubt. Feeling billions of energy signatures appear suddenly throughout the planet. People who have been dead for over 30 years wake up with their bodies restored. Many wondering if this, or their previous memory of being killed, could all be a dream. Others raise their hands in excitement. How could this be possible? Even Videl. She still remembers the sounds of sirens. The cyborgs attacked and a huge explosion followed. Some people can't believe they've been given a second chance. Others a third, or at least practically a third. One in particular could have hoped to stand up to this threat in a different timeline. But with no Majin Buu, that means there's no reincarnation of Majin Buu. Then there are so many other familiar faces we've come to know over the years. Including those who are a bit perverted, but still fight for peace. Of course, we also have the Z-Fighters we grew up with. Yamcha excitedly calls out that King Kai told him that Bulma had resurrected Gohan, but he was far from imagining that it would also be possible for them. But someone is escaping the senses of Tien. Piccolo doesn't seem to be here. Krillin doesn't find this surprising. His role as Guardian of Hell is way too important to allow him to return to life. Meaning whether in this timeline or in GT, Piccolo seems to have been destined to return as Guardian. But what does that mean for Kami? Did they still fuse? Or has the previous Guardian of Earth also been assigned a new role in Otherworld? Tien then notes that the whole of humanity has also seemed to come back to life. Do the Dragon Balls from Namek really possess such power? Even Yamcha can't remember him being this powerful in the past. Any way you look at it, what he does know is that he can feel their friends key at the lookout. They'll learn more by going there. Something that's hard to argue with. On the way there, the Wolf Warrior looks over to Krillin to question if he feels that too. And of course he does. In that case, they ought to make a little detour first. Snatching up some turtle jerky. The gang informs Roshi of the little they know. Seems like their old master didn't get to keep his body upon his own death, but they tell him that it was Gohan who returned peace to the Earth. Grabby Oolong too. Just thinking about this horrible cell gives him chills, prompting Chaozu to exclaim that King Kai said Gohan took him and 17 out with ease. Detracting, Roshi inquires if they're gonna be there soon. He's really gotta use the bathroom. Gohan points out that the others are coming. Following an emotional reunion, Bulma thinks she's detailed everything that's happened. Yamcha can only apologize. So many terrible things have happened in their absence. But thanks to her, everyone is back. Kinda makes up for the whole dumping him for Vegeta thing. Speaking of whom, she points out that he didn't come with him. Is that because he didn't get brought back? Though Krillin quells her worries, Vegeta got brought back just the same as most anyone. He even thinks he should be here soon. And, really? But what is he doing? Where is he?
Damn droids! Where are you? I'm going to kill you!
Zipping around the planet, feverishly trying to find 17 and 18. Surely the Earthlings must know what's going on. And they're all in the same place. Chuckling at his own prediction, Krillin points out the direction his key is arriving from. See? I told you. As he lands, Bulma is elated to see him. Even the others appear at least a little joyful. However, the prince is just his same old self. He yells to know what's going on. Where are the androids? He demands answers now. Causing the mother of his baby boy to pout that he just got resurrected, and his only concern are those androids? He could have at least given her a little bit of attention. But she can stop with her nonsense and answer him. She goes into depth how if he would have just gotten here with everyone instead of trying to hunt down those androids, she wouldn't have to repeat herself. For him, it's only been an instant, but he needs to know that it's actually been 32 years since he died fighting them. Needless to say, she's been through hell in the time being. But today, the androids aren't around anymore, and the world is finally at peace. The news that he's been dead for 32 years seems to be the only thing that takes the Saiyan's attention away from the androids. Taking this all in, his pompous ego won't allow him to be grateful, and he only scowls that it took her all this time to finally neutralize those tin cans. Ridiculous! Quickly taking away the little happiness his presence provided the others. He still has his bad attitude, it seems. Krillin noting that it's not just his attitude that's bad. Unlike his friends, Tien is the only one out of the group who can't keep his thoughts quiet on this. He shouts over to Vegeta that he should show a little respect and gratitude towards their friends that suffered to allow them to come back to life. He shouldn't forget that it was his own stubbornness to keep fighting the androids that sealed their fate 32 years ago. Looking over to him, the Saiyan replies that he doesn't care about any of his advice or whining. If he had gotten killed by them, it's for the same reason he got killed by Nappa, because he's weak. Remind him, what's even his name again? Now outright stepping over to him, Tien assures the prince not to worry. This time, he'll make sure he won't forget. Although Gohan tries to warn that it's no use. That's when it finally hits Vegeta who that one is. Would you look at this? Kakarot's offspring finally all grown up. He hisses for him to stay out of this. He has a feeling that his three-eye friend is missing the other world. It'll be a pleasure to send him back. The Triclops spouts said he doesn't seem to understand what Bulma told him. A lot has changed in 32 years. Giving the Saiyan everything he needs to cackle out in laughter. Is he crazy? Millions of years wouldn't be enough for a worm like him to reach his level. Unleashing the Kaioken times 20. His name is Ten Shinhan. Since Vegeta only respects strength, he must understand that the majority of the warriors here could blow him to pieces without breaking a sweat. He will never forgive him for what he did when he arrived on Earth. Try to remember that the only reason he's even still breathing is because of his own good faith, and nothing else. As shown in the extra pages of this chapter, while the numbers themselves are up for heavy debate and likely differ per source, translation, etc., we can still use it as a scale to see that Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha could all easily defeat Vegeta, at least if their Kaiokens were able to hold out. But that's impossible! Vegeta has never felt so much power. To be humiliated like this by some nobody? It's intolerable! He is the Prince of all Saiyans! Tien, however, resigns that he doesn't doubt it won't take him long to catch up with his strength. But know that Gohan is also a Super Saiyan. His power is so tremendous it's to the point Vegeta can't even fathom. But the kid can turn Super Saiyan? He's not even a pureblood. This can't be real. It must be a bad dream. These fools were able to train this entire time in Otherworld, and now they're trying to lecture him. He won't tolerate this. They will pay. Bulma finally cuts in that's enough. It feels like they're in high school or something. They didn't bring them all back just so they could kill each other all over again. It's time to leave the past behind and move on. Continuing, The bad man bellows that if he thinks this little spectacle will impress him, he's gravely mistaken. The Triclops is first on his list. He will come back, and be assured that when he does, he will pay dearly for this disrespect. He is Vegeta, Prince of all... Perhaps how we learned to simmer down a bit in our own timeline. Bulma grabs him by the ear and yells, "That's enough!" It's always the same thing with him. So now, Mr. Prince of all Saiyans, he's gonna stop acting like a child and learn how to act like a man. A year later, in the wilderness, likely around Paozu, Gohan's voice can be heard shouting for someone to keep focusing their ki. Videl! He tells her she's flying, who only scoffs that it's been 5 days and she can barely float. Either the pair have met in the time rebuilding the Earth, or crossed paths during their deaths. But if Gohan died age 780, and was born in 757, that means he was 23 at the time of his death. And in the beginning of this arc, it's said to be year 798. And 1 year has passed since then, and it took Dende another full year to make the Dragon Balls. And given he kept his body in Otherworld, that means Gohan is physically 25 years old, with the mind of a 43-year-old. And Videl, since she didn't keep her body, we can postulate that she was already about a year younger than Gohan in canon, which is distanced further by the additional year since Gohan has been resurrected a year longer, and given it's unknown when she died and her physical appearance, she could mathematically be between 15 and 23 years old. Wait, she specifically said it was the cyborgs who attacked her, meaning she must have died sometime before 788, as that's when Cell first appeared in this timeline. Then again, given her character design identically matches the appearance of her high school age self, this detail gets us nowhere and only affirms what we already feared. And that seems to mean... But it's also important to remember that this is just a work of fiction about magical wish balls and kung fu aliens. And Gohan is about the purest soul to ever live. Addressing her quarrel, he assures that's normal. It takes time to master this technique. Soon she'll be a natural. Spotting Vegeta, a sense of dread overwhelms the young warrior. He must still be looking for Gohan. It looks like he's heading towards his mom's house. He apologizes to Videl, but he'll have to cut their session short today. She only huffs that he can do whatever he wants. She only hopes it's not an excuse to go see some other girl, though. But, not really. He asks her to say hi to her dad for him. Sure enough, the Saiyan finds himself at Chi-Chi's house. She screams again? This is the 3rd time he's shown up here this month. If it wasn't enough having this girl hovering around Gohan, he doesn't have to do it too. Who argues that her son has been hiding his ki for weeks because he's afraid to face him. He's acting like a coward and is a disgrace to Kakarot and all of his Saiyan ancestors. Chi-Chi barks that he's got some nerve saying Gohan is a coward, when he knows darn well he could knock him out with a single punch if he wanted. But those times are gone. Vegeta has come back to take his rightful place as the #1 Saiyan. She recommends he should be spending some time with Bulma instead of bothering Gohan with such nonsense, causing him to start to show he's the more developed, slightly less angsty Vegeta we've gotten to know in Dragon Ball Super. Almost blushing, he howls for her to keep her advice to herself. The only thing he wants to know is where he can find her son. Right on cue. The very same figures now it's about time to finally confront the disgruntled prince. He hollers out, "Hey Vegeta, how's it going? It's been a while." Very pleased to see him. He doesn't miss words and bluntly states that he was just telling his mother how much of a coward he is for refusing to fight him. Which, given that, looks like he doesn't have much of a choice, huh? The pair head off to a more desolate location. It's obvious to Gohan that he's improved a lot since coming back to life. Though the prince can't say the same about the son of Kakarot. He doesn't seem to be taking his training seriously. Also, speaking of math a minute ago, weird to think that Gohan is now technically older than Vegeta, who are mentally about 43 and 36. However, he assures he may not be training as intensely as him, but he is maintaining himself. But maintaining himself? What a fancy way of saying that he's lacking. Just let the humans handle the rebuilding of their world. They are the only 2 Saiyans remaining. He can't go soft like that. Otherwise, he'll make him regret it. Without need to carry on, Gohan merely tells him he's ready. Recognizing that face, the opposite can't help but point out that that's the same smile as his father. It'll be a pleasure to wipe it off his face. revealing the same form he sported against Cell and Cannon. He screeches out in laughter, "What does he think of this?" And he admits he is impressed. You would have never thought you would have gotten this far in only a year. Continuing his hubris, Vegeta chortles that he told this kid he's making a mistake here. He can now call him Super Vegeta. And Super Vegeta? Well, if that thumb pose wasn't a dead giveaway, Gohan tells him it's impressive that he managed to explore all the variations of Super Saiyan in such a little time. He assumes he knows all about their drawbacks though. Now he needs to learn how to maintain his Super Saiyan state naturally, meaning at all times. It's a difficult process, but his strength will be multiplied dramatically. What? Then, his goal will be to attain the real step above Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2. Not only taking the wind out of Vegeta's sail, but setting it on fire and throwing it into the ocean. Speaking of fire in the ocean, at Kame House, Krillin and Yamcha wonder why Gohan's going all out. But Krillin thinks he knows. He's just showing Vegeta the way to break through his Super Saiyan limits. Later that evening, seeming to have called off their fight given the lack of battle damage, the pair sit by a fire cooking a fish. Vegeta wants Gohan to tell him, is Super Saiyan 2 the ultimate step for they Saiyans? And not really, but it is his current limit. Though not really. Don't tell him. Yep, there's much stronger than Super Saiyan 2. How is that possible? Who's able to achieve it? With only a silent stare in response, Gohan is able to answer without saying a word. Of course, Kakarot. Wanting to hear all about this forum, or forums, after Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta implores Gohan to tell him everything. Don't spare any details. He's happy to oblige. He'll tell him everything. With the Earth finally at peace and Vegeta slowly turning into less of a rabid dog of an ally, just how will this new timeline progress? We still have Trunks essentially trapped in the other world of the past timeline, and Goku in both timelines getting into his own otherworldly adventures. Only time will tell. So, at Vegeta's request, Gohan started telling him about the years spent training in the other world with his father and Piccolo. Of course, the prince wasn't allowed to keep his body. Otherworld, year 788, about 10 years before the last part of the story. South Kai approaches North to comment on his students' training. They never get tired, do they? He's been spoiled to have all these powerful warriors coming from his quadrant. Kaio-sama smirks. Oh? It's been a while, South Kai. Does he have to remind him that the Saiyans were originally from his quadrant? Grunting at this, he replies that their powerful warriors were nothing more than genocidal maniacs. As you can imagine, none of them were granted access to Otherworld. Although, given the banishment of two North's proteges from the Otherworld tournament, Pikkon has decided not to enter given the lack of a challenge. Which means this time, his own quadrant has all the chances. To expand on this further, Piccolo and Goku got banned for reckless behavior. They endangered the totality of the Otherworld during their confrontation in the finals. In other words, they went all out. However, Kaio has to respond that it's been more than 10 years since they got banned. And even then, South Kai's quadrant didn't even win the last tournament. Plus, it seems like he's confusing Goku with his son Gohan, who has the right to enter. Something South didn't know. His son! Prompting his teacher to shout up at him if he'd be interested in entering the Otherworld tournament. Though, he actually isn't really curious about it. He's not as passionate about martial arts as his dad or Piccolo. The Namekian chimes in that it doesn't make sense to him, but Gohan mentioned that this is one of his last training sessions. He wants to instead become a scientist. He's been training non-stop since he died and never could have imagined how strong he's become. But he thinks it's time to do something that he really likes, which is studying. Somewhat surprisingly, King Kai doesn't have a problem with this. Although it's worth noting that the tournament is only 2 weeks away. He wouldn't even need to break a sweat to win. If he accepts, he'll introduce him to the greatest minds in the North Quadrant. Which sounds great to the Saiyan. In that case, he's down. Panicking. South stammers for the kid not to listen to him. The greatest minds in Otherworld are from his jurisdiction. If he declines to enter the tournament, he'll offer him a spot on a scientific delegation. And to King Kai, this sounds an awful lot like bribery. If he wants him to turn a blind eye, he should know that he very much so likes that red sports car of his, causing his colleague to curse him. He's not easy to bargain with. At Earth's check-in station.
Waited an hour just to get a pre-made.
Yem or Enmo, whichever you like, is astounded at the amount of Earthlings in line today. What could be happening there again? Little does he know, this is exactly the time Cell made his appearance on our planet. And since Goku and his friends died, Earth has had its share of tragedies. He could send him down there for 24 hours so he could fix the problem. That would save himself a lot of work. One of his assistants comments that this sudden influx of Earthlings comes at quite a bad time. At this rate, their stock of empty evil energy containers won't be enough. The company that empties them once every century has delayed their pickup until next week. They'll send a technician to supervise the intern with the maintenance of the vats of the soul purging machine. Another directs a line of souls departing for hell, politely asking them to follow the path to the soul cleansing machine. Cutting to a third Otherworld ogre. He curses that he's always the one who gets bothered to do all the dirty work on the weekends, only hoping this kid's doing his job properly. Which, something about this looks really familiar.
Let the Carnival of Terror begin. Give me the Dragon Ball.
Sorry, you got the wrong guy.
If you do not have them, then I have no need for them. Give me the Dragon Ball. You have my thanks.
It's do or die.
eradicate them! It's on! All right!
Be done. I will grant your wish.
It's over! It's do or die! Here comes the game! All right! All right! What?
But the machine overflowing. It can't be. This idiot didn't change a single tank all day. Leading up to a particular transformation. Feeling the disturbance immediately, Yema and another ogre questioned what's going on. What was that enormous explosion? The latter believing it came from the soul cleansing machine. Sure enough, the supervisor from before comes barreling in, screaming that it's horrible. All of the evil souls have escaped the storage tanks. The others have fused into a humongous monster. What? So that would be the thing that's nullifying all of Yema's powers. Though it's too late to figure that part out. Whatever it is, it's here. Returning to our heroes, Gohan comments that it's been almost 3 years since his dad went away to train on his own. He was never clear on why he did that. Does he know? Huffing, albeit smirking at the question, Piccolo had thought that he'd figure it out on his own. Excited, he wants to know. He'd been training with him for more than 20 years. He's managed to catch up with him and even surpass him for a while. But he knows how his father is. He's a real genius. His demon pride takes a hit when he says this, but it's been a little bit since he considered himself a credible rival to Goku. It's worth noting that in this timeline, Piccolo and Kami never fused, which is why he looks at himself as more of a demon. He goes on to tell that some time before Gohan arrived here, Goku already told him that he wished to train on his own. Then when his son came here, it changed his priorities. His duties as a father took over as his main objective, and he saw it better to turn Gohan into a great warrior before returning focus to himself. Now that's been accomplished. But like Gohan himself said, fighting was already a necessity for him, not a choice. His dad understood that, and that's why he didn't insist him to come with, because he knows Gohan finally deserves to live in peace. Truth is, he and Piccolo were only slowing him down in chase of his goal, but Goku never admitted this as to not hurt their feelings. When the events at the check-in station finally make themselves known to the duo, what's up with all those key signatures? Piccolo already knows that's evil key at that. They shouldn't be allowed to enter Otherworld. This doesn't look good. They can also sense that this seems to be coming from the front gate. On top of all this, they can barely feel Yama's energy for some reason. There's no doubt Otherworld is in danger. They need to act. King Kai contacts him to not worry about Otherworld itself. He's already sent Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Chaozu to each quadrant to defend it the best they can. He doesn't know what's happening yet, but they need to go fix the situation with Yama. With their instructions understood, the situation must be critical, so they gotta hurry. Getting closer and closer, it's only now they see the front gate is currently unrecognizable. What the heck has happened here? Something they will learn soon enough. Spotting Yama, who has had better days, he quickly tries to give them the facts of what's happened. Happy to see him. Their soul cleansing machine exploded and released 100 years worth of evil souls. They need to free him from this barrier so he can use his powers. Otherwise, in less than 24 hours, all those evil souls will reach the living world. If they do, the balance of the whole universe will be broken, which will send it into chaos. And this seems simple enough to the pair. They just need to break the barrier. It shouldn't be a problem. But not even a scratch! Yama shouts that's no use. It's a magical barrier with astounding power. Strength alone won't break it. They need to find another way. The monster that created it is just above the front gate. And above them, laying eyes on it, the creature comes to a bit of a surprise. As it seems more childlike than evil, maybe they can just ask him nicely to take the barrier down. Floating over, Gohan kindly shouts over to the big guy that he's kinda putting all of Otherworld in danger. Can he please remove the barrier he put up? Though he only shouts his name and claps his hands. Turning back to Piccolo, he doesn't think he understands. Not realizing he needs to watch out! Gah! Bouncing off several jelly beans, Piccolo makes sure he's okay. He's gonna lure him down to hell. In the meantime, he can try to free Yama from this barrier. Hopping back to his feet, he agrees to the plan, but warns his friend to be careful. This monster is stronger than it looks. It has amazing power. Before realizing he might have been shaken up a little more than he thought. Claiming not to be as naive as Gohan, Piccolo bellows out that if he wants to play, to follow him. Otherworld's East Quadrant. Looks like Frieza's men are getting up to what they do. Dodoria spouts that Vegeta will pay for his betrayal. This time, he won't stand a chance against the both of them. Zarbon replies that the coward must be hiding somewhere. Tapping down, a voice informs that he's sorry to disappoint him, but he needs to send them all back to hell. Oh? Yamcha! He comments by the look of their outfits. He's guessing that they were part of Frieza's army. They look different than the ones he faced on Earth, referring to the henchmen of Mecha Frieza and King Cold had with them, also inferring that either a future Trunks or Goku didn't necessarily take on the threat immediately. Zarbon deduces that this guy must be an ally of that treacherous Frieza, seeing how he's an Earthling. I guess likely derived from Vegeta's association with Gohan and Krillin on Namek. He chortles that to consider Vegeta an ally would be an overstatement, though he did fight alongside of him years ago in the past. But for Dodoria, this is just a welcome treat. He could pay for him.
Take care of this bastard!
However, his reignited interest in training has certainly paid off. He eliminates every low-level soldier while barely even moving. He's already warned them. It's back to hell for them. But does he really think that they're impressed by so little? The Earthling is gravely mistaken. Those soldiers were nothing more than cannon fodder. He doesn't know who he's up against. He is Dodoria, a member of Frieza's close guard.
I might have overdone it. This idiot didn't even see it coming.
Oh. Exploding his head with a single kick.
Zarbon stammers to know how an Earthling like him defeated Dodoria in a single blow, who explains that his little friend was nothing extraordinary. It's that simple. Now it's his turn. His previous defeat at the hands of Vegeta doesn't appear to have done much to teach him humility. Zarbon admits that he is indeed stronger than he thought, but he will make him regret his overconfidence. Unlike Dodoria, he can transform. Oh! Cackling out at Yamcha's shocked expression, he's happy to see that he's finally realized his mistake. Although, he's just surprised at how ugly he became. Who stutters out and insecure?
Shut up!
This is the reason he only transforms as a last resort. He is the great Zarbon. This Earthling is going to pay for his insolence.
No perish, scum!
It is easy as that. East Quadrant has been secured. Oh, he has to think to himself. Dodoria, Zarbon. Come to think of it, he believes Krillin told him about him. Well, he would have thought Frieza's close guard would have been stronger. But someone else approaches and shouts, "You're right, Earthling. Frieza's army is full of slaves, weaklings, and egomaniacs." Revealing the Turles Crusher Corps, the titular leader continues that leaving Frieza's ranks was the best decision of his life. Since the Earthling's battle power is so incredible, how would he be interested in joining a real elite force? Who thought for just a moment that that guy was Goku? Turles then takes a second to introduce himself by name and a free Saiyan warrior. So what does he say? Is he going to join him? In the North Quadrant. Chaozu's heterosexual life mate compliments him on his victory. There's none left. Although, he didn't expect to see the Saiyans monsters in Otherworld. Tien only commenting that this can't be good.
Well, well! How we meet again!
Floating above, Nappa cackles, what a surprise! He's glad he followed the Cybermen. He would have never thought that he would stumble upon these insects again. So this is where the losers of their species go after they die. Causing Chaozu to cower in fear. No, this is impossible! It's Nappa. His snickering persisting. Seeing their faces twisted in fear almost makes him feel nostalgic. Tien tells his friend to get it together. He mustn't let his memories overwhelm him. The time he came to Earth is long gone. Nappa isn't a threat to them anymore. And he's right. After all of their training, Nappa still hasn't improved a bit. While the little guy apologizes, Tien assures he can leave him to him. Overhearing this, the Saiyan screams out if they've gone crazy. Does he need to remind the both of them that they died by his hand? Ignoring the statement, the Triclops only responds that he'll never forgive him for what he did to them.
It's time to pay!
Taking him out in one attack, Tien grins that he'll see him in hell. Chaozu hovers over, exclaiming how awesome he is. He reminds that he too could have easily defeated him by himself. Just like with Yamcha. A new voice calls over to the pair that Nappa got what he deserved for not noticing the power gap between himself and the two of them. As Lord Slug grunts that the Saiyans really are a dumb race. In fact, he's looking to make one of them pay for his treason. The coward's name is Turles. Does it ring a bell? About here is where I think it's fair to start questioning if these movie villains ever cross paths with our heroes, or do they follow a different canon? South Quadrant.
That's for trying to stab me! And that's for breaking Gohan's neck! Don't worry, there's enough for everyone! Fastest in the universe! My ass!
Now back to hell with you guys! Oh, that was easier than I thought.
Bye-bye!
Speaking to himself, just to think, if Goku didn't show up on time to Namek, they would have been killed by these guys. Things sure have changed since then. Well, well, look who we have here! What a wonderful coincidence! Frieza and his father. He snarls that he's looking for Goku. If he tells him where he is, he promises not to let him suffer for too long, cold adding that the Saiyan needs to pay for what he did to them on Earth, confirming our question from before. With Krillin terrified, Frieza suggests that maybe if he blows him to smithereens again, it'll make his little friend come out of hiding. Doesn't he think? Back in hell. Piccolo mutters that he's never seen such techniques. This monster can manipulate space and time to launch attacks from anywhere. Aside from that, he has the mind of a toddler. Distracting him shouldn't be much trouble. Firing off several blasts like fireworks, it seems to do the trick. The Namekian states that if he likes that, just wait until he sees the finale. Powering up the special beam cannon, he thinks he's gonna feel this one.
It's over for you.
With that explosion, that should fix things at Yema's. But that's weird. Its ki is still very weak. A lot of evil souls are still in Otherworld. Killing this thing alone seemingly wasn't enough. What? It can't be. It's still alive? How is this possible? Its ki has completely changed. What on earth is happening? As it morphs into something much more sinister. This is nothing like it was earlier. The pressure it's exerting is enormous. Having figured out that insulting the barrier is what breaks it, Yema urges Gohan not to stop. It's about to finally give. But what's this key? What's going on down in hell?
I see.
Throwing down his weighted clothes, it's time to get serious. The real fight starts now. With many villains from the past returning, how will Krillin handle his encounter with Frieza? Have Turles and Slug already encountered the Z-Fighters in the past? Or are these completely new iterations of the Fiends? Last of all, where is Goku? In the ethereal vastness of Otherworld, we find ourselves in East Quadrant. Turles finds himself perched atop a cliff, his gaze fixed intently on the skirmish unfolding beneath him. A scene of not chaos, but organized decimation of his own men. A warrior previously unknown to him who danced with such power and resilience that it held his unwavering attention. The intensity of combat was felt even from his elevated vantage point. He watched as a squad, known for their ruthlessness and battle prowess, coordinated their attacks with a level of desperation rarely seen in their ranks. Each member of his team a seasoned fighter, though the way they fight now speaks volumes of the strength of their opponent. And who would have guessed?
You're gonna pay, Vermin!
Vermin, you say? Yamcha seeming to take out the Crusher Corps. Only its leader remains, who confidently calls out that he shouldn't think that his fight with him will be so easy. He isn't like these lowly fighters. But that's what the Wolf Bandit's been hearing all day, yet not even one of them has put up the slightest challenge. It's worth noting that this version of Turles is a little different than the one we know. This iteration is the result of a stealth union between Tenva, an elite female warrior, and Ido, a low-ranking squad sergeant. Specifically, Ido was the sergeant of Tenva's younger brother, the warrior known as Bardock. After the shared moment of passion, Tenva and Ido never saw each other again. As an elite warrior, it was inconceivable for Tenva to have a child, let alone with a low-ranking warrior. She would become the laughingstock of her squad. Because of this, she decided to go missing during a mission to give birth in secret. As Yamcha is able to easily finesse the doppelganger, he has to cockily ask if he's ever heard of a Saiyan called Kakarot. He's a friend. They're actually the spitting image of each other. Does it ring a bell? But Turles furiously barks at the Earthling to shut up. He's gonna regret not taking him seriously. Though he chortles that if he actually bothered to take this seriously, the fight would be over in a second. He doesn't think Turles knows where he stands. This newfound confidence and strength in Yamcha indicates that he's reached a level that the one we're familiar with hasn't even dreamed of.
What?
Tenva was then able to anonymously hand possession of her newborn child to the Saiyan army. With him bore a single piece of paper bearing the inscription Turles. She then reincorporated her place in her elite squad before dying in battle a couple years later, the utterance of her only son's name being her final words. As Saiyan tradition dictates for every newborn with low potential, Turles was sent to conquer a distant planet to prove his worth before being allowed to join the Saiyan army. He succeeded in his mission, and instead officially joined Frieza's ranks at the age of 14. Before his death, he is one of the few surviving Saiyans. Seeing his more or less plaything is still breathing, our favorite human spouts. You're right, Turles. He's much more resilient than he thought, but that still won't be enough against him. The gap between their power is more than just a tough chin can handle. The rogue coughs up blood and dirt as he curses to know how an Earthling could possess such power, and all of his universal exploits and data obtained. This should have been like stepping on a bug. Landing. Yamcha tells him that he's a brave warrior. He'll at least give him that. But now it's time to go back to Hell, who remains stagnant in his resolve, stuttering that if he knows a Saiyan personally, Kakarot as he said, and he should know better than anyone not to underestimate them. Turles explains that during his fight against Slug, before he died, something woke up inside of him. Something primal and intangible, a power he's never felt before. A burning rage. Turles served 4 years in an assault squad which he deserted by the age of 18. He had realized that he was nothing more than a vulgar slave at the mercy of Frieza and Cold. He refused such a fate and found his freedom in the Black Galaxy, a hostile place far from Frieza's empire. Going on to create his own squad of mercenaries, he soon found himself up against the reign of the aging Lord Slug. It didn't take long after that for him to realize he was no match against the Namekian. This led him again to be forced into servitude until the day he could overthrow him. Alas, even after consuming several fruits from the Tree of Might, he was unable to claim victory and perished as a result, though not before assuring the demise of Slug as well. Both fell in an epic battle that left no victor. But he turned into a Super Saiyan. This wasn't exactly in the game plan. Even appearing to surprise Turles. The villain screeches out in laughter. Of course! The legend is true! He's become a Super Saiyan! Of course, Yamcha pities himself that it had to be him that went up against a Super Saiyan. Even his foe knows that now there's nothing that can stop him, leaving our hero wondering what it is he can do. When King Kai chimes in, he pesters his student. Super Saiyan, is that really the limit you impose on yourself, Yamcha? Picking up, he apologizes, but even at his own full power, Turles' remains higher. He wasn't expecting his opponent to get a 50 times power up in the middle of a fight. But the deity argues that the difference between the pair is not significant enough to be the only deciding factor in this battle. Experience will be the key. Isn't he the one that once told him that he regretted not being able to show his true potential as a warrior while he was still alive? Well, this is his chance. Well, these words seem to strike a chord. Turles cackles that this loser is so scared he started talking to himself. He's gonna make him pay for that smug attitude. Meanwhile, in the North Quadrant, looks like the brunt of Slug's Demon Clan has been able to corner Chaozu. Ziyun giggles that this is going to be an easy fight.
Take that, small fry! Yeah!
It's over for you! One down. Make it two.
I will kill you!
I'm already dead.
You won't get away from us!
And three down.
Using his magic, something we haven't seen work since the original Dragon Ball. Chaozu's able to freeze Angela in place. He cries out what's happening to him. He can't move. The little guy grunts out to the henchman that he's not very strong, so he can stop him with a single arm.
And that's four.
With Chaozu blasting away the Demon Clan and showing off probably the most impressive Donanpal of all time, looks like he's managed to secure the North Quadrant. Well, almost. Their leader is a lot stronger than the other goons. Tien gets the pleasure of taking on Lord Slug, and after that elbow, the latter's ready for some payback.
Where'd he go?
As the battle turns tides, evil Namekian finds himself crawling in the dirt with a force that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Dust and debris forms a cloud around him as he struggles to rise back to his feet. His face distorted with equal rage and disbelief as he bellows at his opponent, his voice echoing with fury.
How dare you! You puny insect! How dare you humiliate me!
His words lacking his usual sinister poise, though filled with the wrath of being so unaccustomed to such defiance.
I am the subjugator of stars! The great Lord Slug!
Whether his screams are to remind his opponent or himself remains unanswered. With Turles attaining the Super Saiyan transformation, will Slug also be able to pull something out of his hat to stand a chance against Tien? The fate of good and evil entwined in a chaotic ballad of power was a patchwork of individual struggles and skirmishes, each fight a story in itself. Just like with Turles, Slug has also undertaken a slightly different backstory. With his evil essence, the young Slug became a threat to his own people. With Purunga's help, he was driven from the planet Namek forever by Guru, sending him to the furthest reaches of the universe. He swore vengeance on the Nameks and all who had banished him. He immediately began his conquest of any planet he encountered and hoped that one day he'd be able to reach planet Namek in revenge, a home he would fortunately never return to. Later, the emergence of a being as powerful as King Cold forced him to retreat to the Black Galaxy. It didn't take long for Slug to turn it into his own empire. Thus, Lord Slug was born. As the years passed, he became old and weak, and so a new quest arose, his search for eternal youth. With the help of Turles, he managed to harvest 5 fruits from the Tree of Might, a meager harvest given his years of research. But only one fruit was enough for the tyrant to regain his youth. A second fruit increased his power incredibly. It was at this point Turles chose to act, stealing the 3 remaining fruits and consuming them himself. The ensuing chaos we already know. Tien shouts out that none of that matters now, referring to Slug's frustrated statements about how great he used to be and all of that. Now he's in Otherworld. He's nothing more than an evil soul who needs to be sent back to hell. However, the villain claims he's mistaken. He'll show him why. He bellows for them to behold the power he's obtained from the fruits of the Tree of Might. Their end draws near. Just like with Piccolo, this Namek is also a Super Namekian. Tien worries that this is too dangerous for Chaozu. He should go take cover and he'll handle this by himself. His ally agrees, pleading with him to be careful. But Slug doesn't think so. Nobody's going anywhere. No! Chaozu! As Slug tries to Vegeta As lore develops, Slug is impressed that he managed to protect his comrade from that blast and survive. But at what cost? As a horrified Chaozu calls out to him. Even in his wounded state, he pleads with his friend to get away. Like with Yamcha, King Kai intervenes to let him know that he's aware of wanting to risk it all with the Kikoho. But with the gravity of his wounds, it would probably end his existence in Otherworld. It's way too risky. Enma's powers are still sealed. His soul would be unable to go to his office, and in less than 24 hours, it would disappear forever. Given their reactions, this is clearly a new stake for the pair. While they believe defeating their foes would send them straight to hell, it turns out they may be sitting in limbo with the possibility of disappearing forever. Which probably is not what has him worried, mind you. But Kaio continues that Tien has lost too much energy. He won't be able to defeat Slug. He needs to rely on Chaozu to stand a chance. Speaking of whom, Chaozu needs to stop relying on Tien all the time. He's now an accomplished warrior with great strength himself, and it's time for him to realize it. And together, they will defeat Slug. In the South Quadrant, Krillin is placed before Frieza and Cold, the former Frost Demon cackling that since he won't tell him where Goku is hiding, he's sure that he'll be much more cooperative with a few less limbs. Reminder, this is not the same Krillin who turned himself into an android and bested Cell. This iteration is from Trunks' timeline. He cries out that this is a nightmare! There's no way he's fighting those two monsters! Taking off, the Elder Demon taunts that it looks like his son scared him, before asking if he thinks that he can just run away.
Damn it!
That combo not doing as much as he expected. Cold compliments that he's quite stronger than he looks. Too bad he didn't stick the landing. The battlefield suddenly freezes in a moment of eerie calm. Frieza and his father stand towering over the fallen warrior, their expressions a mix of contempt and dark amusement, reveling in the preemptive defeat of a fighter they deem far beneath themselves. For Frieza, especially, seeing Krillin in such a feeble state brings back memories of past encounters, each marked by that Saiyan's irritating resilience and defiance. In the aftermath of Cold's devastating strike, Krillin lies almost motionless in the dirt. Although he's known for his tenacity and unyielding spirit, he is now a picture of sheer vulnerability. Frieza hisses to look at him. He's so scared that he can't even talk anymore. If he doesn't get to hear his cowering and pleas for life, this is much too boring. He'll get rid of him now, though his father insists for himself to be the one. After all, from what he understands, he's already handled him in the past. Fair is fair, which his offspring doesn't argue with, as he wishes. The former king turns to face the Earthling. He informs that there's no use in trying to run away again. He will suffer either way. Krillin knows that at least one of those statements is true. He's trapped. And now trying to talk some sense into his fourth student of the day. King Kai hollers, that's enough out of Krillin. Is he really going to give up without even trying? He lets himself get overwhelmed by his memories and it paralyzes him. An experienced warrior like him can't afford to make such a mistake. Does he realize that unlike himself, Cold and Frieza haven't progressed since their deaths? He needs to pull himself together. Now talking to all of his students, he reminds that they have never been so powerful, yet he has never seen them doubt their abilities so much.
Where's their warrior pride? There's no time for doubt. Rise forth and realize their full power. Get rid of these fiends once and for all. With confidence renewed in our other heroes, we rejoin Piccolo in hell as he faces off against Janemba. He assures that the last few minutes have only been a warm-up. This time he's going all out. At all. And his power. He can still feel that only hit he landed on him. And in the West Quadrant. We join Pikkon. He forgot how weird those three guys were. They still did that weird pre-fight dance. You actually can't help but wonder why they bother to do that every time, regretting that I should have asked him before sending him back to hell. Anyway, the West Quadrant is now secured. And with the whole sending him back to hell thing, I think we can speculate that either the latter explanation could be true, or perhaps once Yema or Enma sentences your soul to one place or another, that's where it's forever tied to. It's possible that our heroes who kept their bodies were never designated to heaven or hell. That's what's putting them at risk if they were to lose said bodies now. Anyway, the dancers Pikkon refers to aren't the Ginyu Force, but Cooler's armored squadron. Cooler himself scoffs in reference to his declaration of securing the squadron, asking if he's really sure about that. Seeing his ugly face again annoys him to no end. Pikkon smirks that he thought he'd be hanging around here. He hopes he isn't too mad at him for eliminating his crew of clowns once again. But by the way, he was just wondering why they do those silly poses before each fight. Is that one of his orders? He didn't think he was into that kind of stuff. But Cooler demands he silence himself. He has nothing to do with that. Although he goes on, Destiny is well made. He will use this opportunity to get revenge for what he did to him during their last encounter. And if that's his wish, Pikkon warns that the results of 70 years ago will remain the same, inferring that the backstory of both these warriors has also been changed from what we're familiar with. Cooler chirps that it has been a while, chuckling that it looks like he didn't last much longer after their fight, causing the not Namekian to quip that his race's lifespan is short. They rarely live past 40 years. A retort that angers Cooler. His insolence will cost him dearly. Last time he caught him by surprise, and that won't happen again. Another lame excuse to justify his loss in Pikkon's eyes. When the demon reveals that there's something he doesn't know about him. Last time, he didn't have enough time to use it, but he still has one more transformation. You will pay! As much as things change, the more they stay the same. The villain unveils his final form. He's the only member of his family to master such power. He should be grateful. Pikkon is the first to push him to use it. And this isn't all bravado. He's nothing like he was before. His power has gone up dramatically.
Well, let's begin.
with Yamcha powering up against the Super Saiyan Turles. The battlefield reverberates with the clash of the warriors. Dust clouds billow into the air as Turles stands amidst the chaos. A sinister smirk plays on his lips before nonchalantly commenting, "I wonder what my power level is now. It's a shame I don't have my scouter anymore. My strength must be immeasurable." Even using the Kaioken, Yamcha knows there's no room for mistakes against him. Who says that it's a good thing the Earthling is finally taking things seriously. He will now be able to show him the gap in the power between a Super Saiyan and a mere human like him. But he won't lose, so our hero's gonna give it all he has with this next move.
Bring it! Sophidon! Yeah! Is that all you got? Yeah!
Unbeknownst to the Saiyan, the Spirit Ball isn't something that can simply be deflected. He confidently spouts that he has to admit that that attack was more powerful than he thought. His hand is actually tingling. But did he really think that was enough to defeat him? Now it's his turn. The blast landing and infuriating the villain. In pain, he screams that he's going to pay for that. He's going to blow this miserable scum to smithereens. Yamcha can't believe it. He took the Spirit Ball full force and still has this much energy? He's going to need a little more time.
Your end is near!
Summoning a halo of ki, he cackles to know what he thinks about this. Yamcha knows this isn't good. He's gonna blow up everything. As the Fiend howls that this is what he gets for defying the great Turles the Super Saiyan. He's about to end him. This may be the strongest foe Yamcha's ever had to face, but he was trained by a god. Like all warriors, he too has a weakness and it will be his downfall. His name is Yamcha, and believe him, he will remember it for all eternity. Confused by this bravado, but laughing at the statement. That's all. What's he talking about? He is a legendary warrior. He doesn't have any weakness. He warns the Saiyan that he can't sense ki. Another thing he doesn't take to heart. He claims that the only important thing is power, and even Yamcha's best attack didn't faze him. Well, as untrue as that last sentence is, he bellows, "Be gone with you, insect!"
You thought I was done? What is? Your ball explosion! Impossible!
Over to his friend to make sure he's okay. He assures he'll be fine. But they did it! Thanks to King Kai, they did it! His friend remarks that it's also thanks to him. because Chaozu believed in himself as a fighter again. They won together. And Krillin. As one of the duo recognizes his heightened state, Frieza figures this is the same technique Goku used against him on Namek, isn't it? He's sorry to disappoint, but it won't have any effect on them. The Saiyan used the same thing to ill effect. But they'll see. Krillin vows they won't win against him. The encouragement bestowed on him by his teacher doesn't seem to have fallen on deaf ears, causing Frieza to cackle what this vermin is babbling on about. This idiot seems to have forgotten who they are. This confidence too much for Cold to bear. He shouts, "That's enough! Who does he think he is?" He's going to have to beat some sense into him so he remembers his place in the universe. He is nothing more than a pitiful earthling. Krillin smirks. A pitiful earthling that you'll lose to.
Be gone, vermin!
Unable to sense energy, the tyrant believes that should have done it. He comments to his son that they've wasted enough time with this lowlife. They need to find Goku. As Frieza cowers for him to look behind him. Yaiba! Not only did Goku defeat Frieza and Cold in this timeline, it's inferred that it wasn't the fastest of battles either. He shudders, how is this possible? He dispatched his father in an instant. If only he could see what Trunks did to him in our timeline. Regaining his calculated nature, he sees that Krillin has updated the technique he used to cut off his tail on Namek. His father was merely careless. That won't be the case with himself.
You were never a threat to me. Goodbye. What?
After the defeat of Cooler, all the evil souls should be gone. That must mean King Yama's free. When he senses something, what's going on? Is that really Piccolo? His power is incredible. He's gotten much stronger since their last encounter. But who is he fighting against? His power is also immense. He himself won't be much help against such a monster, but he has to go help. Struggling in his fight a lot more than the others at this point. A battle-damaged Piccolo curses that this guy isn't giving him any slack.
He's toying with me.
that last attack, leaving Piccolo nearly as damaged as Cell was with Vegeta's final flash. Our hero admits that monster got him good. And without the insane regeneration abilities possessed by Cell, this isn't boding well. As the villain's finishing blow is deflected by an unseen force, a familiar voice lets out a sigh of relief that was close, before inquiring if Piccolo's okay. Now on the ground, the Namekian stutters out.
Took you long enough.
Gohan makes his arrival. He tells his mentor he's sorry. That barrier was very tough. But the check-in station is finally free from Janemba's grasp. King Yama should be able to get rid of all the evil souls now. Thanks to their friends. Otherworld is safe now too. Kinda missing the good news. Piccolo sees us more as he's the only one who failed in his task. Pathetic. Now that Gohan's here though, they might have a shot in defeating that Janemba. With our heroes tying up loose ends, has Gohan evolved enough in his quest for power to be enough to stand up to a foe like Janemba? While this is a slightly younger of the future Gohan who defeated Cell in this story, if Janemba supposedly represents the same power as Majin Buu, will he be enough? In the desolate chasm that is Hell, a scene of ominous confrontation displays itself in front of us. A wicked energy reverberates from within Janemba, a demon made of literal evil incarnate. His eyes, gleaming with malice, are fixed on our two heroes, seeming to take exception to Gohan's arrival in our future timeline battle. Looking at this foe, the son of Goku has never felt such evil ki as Janemba's here, which says a lot given that this iteration has gone up against the likes of the Saiyans, Frieza, and others. The Saiyan realizes a critical aspect of the battle. Piccolo, whom he initially thought was merely warming up in the face of this adversity, was in fact fighting with all of his might. This revelation hits him like a train. Or since that analogy doesn't really work for Saiyans, hit him like Android 17 or 18. The reality of the situation dawns on him, and it's far grimmer than he had anticipated. This is the third time Piccolo has been pushed to his absolute limits, forced to tap into his regenerative abilities. To the Saiyan, the extent of Piccolo's struggle comes as a startling revelation. In all of his battles, in all of the tales of bravery and valor he's heard and experienced firsthand, never has he seen Piccolo pushed to such extremes. Not even in combat against Goku has Piccolo been so severely tested. With this newfound understanding, a shift occurs within his mind. His attitude, previously marked by a semblance of underestimation, transforms. A more grave, more earnest approach takes his place. He comprehends, perhaps for the first time, the full extent of the peril they face in Janemba. Amidst the chaos, Piccolo speaks with a tone that carries both warning and a hint of unspoken foreboding.
You haven't seen anything yet.
His voice resonating with caution and unyielding resolve. With their opponent starting to fidget, Piccolo remarks that he thinks their friend is getting impatient. He informs Gohan that this is the last time he'll be able to regenerate to his full potential, so he knows what that means.
Going all out, Gohan!
Piccolo alerts his ally that Janemba can manipulate space-time and make his attacks appear from anywhere. He knows that it's not his one-time student style, but they're going to have to attack to kill. Given the seriousness, Gohan doesn't argue. Following that blast, Gohan comments how Janemba's ki has completely disappeared. His comrade warns that he not rejoice too soon. It's going to take a lot more than that to beat him. But the question resides, where is he hiding? Piccolo shouts for him to stay focused. He can reappear from anywhere.
Still here. Still waiting in the lobby.
Hammering the monster into the ground. Piccolo smirks to know how long Gohan's been hiding his real power level from him. He's just like his father, who apologizes, but Piccolo said it himself. This fight is serious. The Namek rebuttals for him not to get him wrong. He's not complaining. He's really become an incredible warrior. Reminder that this is the same Gohan of this story that would go on to easily defeat Perfect Cell of this timeline. The villain rising from the dirt, they can tell their enemy's in trouble, but they have to be wary of a wounded beast. Gohan assures he can count on him. Powering up and even appearing less damaged as before. Our heroes tremble that you've got to be kidding. He wasn't giving it his all. They've never felt such power before. This is a real demon they have on their hands. As the fiend begins to make its approach. Calling out to his friend after being buried alive. Gohan joins him, a little worse for the wear. Piccolo thought he didn't make it. He states that was close, but he just barely escaped the explosion. Janemba is ahead of them in every aspect. Cursing as Ally wonders what they can do against someone like him. To which Gohan has an idea. But there's no room for mistakes. They're going to have to put everything they have into their next attack. Before they can even begin to plan out their idea, Janemba knocks them both off their feet once again. Standing, Piccolo knows that at this point this creature is just playing with them. He doesn't have any opening. When Gohan suggests that they need a diversion so they can power up their attacks. When Pikkon arrives after his battle with Cooler, who of course is a formidable warrior in his own right. From the anime, we saw him finesse Perfect Cell, but we just said the same about this version of future Gohan, so will that even matter? After Saiyan is sorry for being late, the Saiyan assures that no, he's right on time. The Otherworld fighter continues that he figured that they wanted an opening to strike that monster. Well, now is that time. Gohan thanks him for his help. When Piccolo presses, that's enough talk. It's time to power up.
Gohan, we need to fire the attack now! Wait for it! You ugly big crybaby Janemba! Did it work? No idea.
Finally using the same technique that chipped away at the barrier from before, Gohan is able to install the monster and gets the opening they desired. But did it work? Currently, nobody has any idea. What they do know is that he took the full force of their attack head first. So that's something. Somehow the Fiend looks as healthy as ever. Their attack only managed to make it angry. Our heroes can't believe it. Is he invincible? Piccolo theorizes that they broke his body, but it seems that it's his evil spirit that's still intact. And that broken body is already fully whole again.
It's over!
Elsewhere, in a remote area of Otherworld. Spotting a familiar, humble cabin. A calming elderly voice utters, "After we're done with the firewood, we will begin our daily meditation." But something has caused the man to freeze where he stands. The old man takes notice and mentions that he suddenly seems worried, causing the other to apologize, but he has to go for a bit, promising to come back soon. As Goku steps away to presumably join the fight against Janemba, he offers his grandpa a goodbye. Panning down to Grandpa Gohan, the old-timer beckons, "See you soon, my son." After all of this time, we find out why Goku has been absent from this story. Out of energy and getting beaten down even worse than before. It's becoming clear time is becoming quite vital to this battle.
Through sheer will, Gohan stands and instructs Piccolo to listen to him. Even if it's not much, your regeneration is starting to work. Take Pikkon and go back to Otherworld as fast as you can. I'll handle Janemba. His friend and former mentor scoffs that Gohan's lost his mind if he thinks he's going to flee like a coward and leave him here. But Gohan assures he's not asking him to run away. He's asking him to go back to Otherworld and find Kami. He needs to merge with them.
What? Never! I'd rather die here!
Reminder, in the future timeline, Piccolo was never given the opportunity to fuse with the Guardian of Earth. Leave a comment if you remember when, where, and why this was. With no options left, Gohan barks. Enough, Piccolo! By acting like this, you're dooming the whole universe! If we want to prevent this disaster, we'll need to make sacrifices, and it starts with me! Though not happy about this, he knows he's right.
Very well. I won't forgive myself for letting you alone.
He knows while fusing with Kami isn't ideal, it's far from what Gohan is willing to give up to stop this threat. It's said in the canonical Buu arc that if you were to die while dead, you'll simply cease to exist. Grabbing Pikkon, Piccolo vows this won't be in vain. He will avenge Gohan, swearing that bastard Janemba will pay by his hand. Something his dearest friend already knows. It's been an honor. Farewell, Mr. Piccolo.
Goodbye, Gohan.
Tiger T, thank you for the 199 super chat, homie. The GOAT never sleeps. We're still here grinding. Still here waiting for the next match to begin. Appreciate the super chat.
It's not over, Janemba. I'm not done yet. Just as previously stated, as Piccolo flies off, he knows this will be the last time he'll ever see his friend. Gohan is determined to see this through. He'll sacrifice his existence forever. Particles of ki sparkling around him. Gohan grins. You've noticed, right, Janemba? Unlike your evil energy, this is pure. It's coming from my very soul. I don't know if
Super
it'll be enough to
Saiyan,
defeat
5
you,
Goku.
but I promise you'll remember it. Stopping his son from potentially pulling a Vegeta, Goku arrives and places a hand on his shoulder. It's all right, son. I'm here now. You fought well. I'm proud of you, Gohan. Dad, is that really you? With assurance in his eyes and voice alike, Goku calmly remarks it is. Couldn't have come at a better time. Looks like Gohan couldn't even handle his own power-up in his weakened state. Timely for Piccolo as well. He's able to sense the arrival of Goku to prevent him from merging with Kami. Gently placing his child on the ground, he tells him it's time to rest now. He'll bring him somewhere safe. Sensing a familiar energy, he hollers, "All right, let's go, Gohan!" Zipping over to Piccolo, he smiles. It's been a while. Who can only respond,
It's about time. I thought you were gone for good.
as Goku has been MIA for a good minute now. He compliments the pair as made some incredible progress since he last saw them. Piccolo regrets he couldn't do
Thank you,
anything
Jace. Appreciate
against
it.
this monster. Assuming Goku has made a lot of progress himself in the last 3 years, he still needs to be careful. Janemba is something else. However, our hero didn't even realize it's been 3 years already. He didn't see time pass at all. Again telling his unconscious son to rest as he's earned it. Asking his one-time rival if he thinks he can really beat him. Truth is, he won't know for sure if he can win until he fights this guy, but he can't wait to face such a formidable opponent. Meantime, he wants him to look after these two, something he can of course count on. Teleporting back to the battle, he giggles. Thanks! See you later, Piccolo!
See you later.
Properly facing off against this monster for the first time, Goku queries, "So you're Janemba, right?"
Why are you wreaking havoc in Otherworld? But naturally, he's not much of a talker. Which is fine with Goku. Guessing he prefers to let his fists do the talking. In fact, that's a good thing. Because it's also my specialty. Almost like he did with Buu in the past timeline. Something this iteration of the Saiyan never got a chance to do. Goku explains. This is a Super Saiyan. Since you fought Gohan, I assume you're already familiar with it. Asking if he's ready for the warm-up. Again, only to be met with an airy quiet. He jostles. Huh, you can at least put your arms up. Here goes! Manhandling our hero with no effort whatsoever. Goku innocently banters. That's not cool, Janemba. It's been a while since I fought. You could let me warm up a little. Standing. Looks like he is clearly done with the warm-up. So... alright then. I'll get serious too. Breaking out Super Saiyan 2, Piccolo can't believe how amazing this power is, signifying Goku is already fighting at a higher power than Gohan.
Alright, finally found a match. Should start in 2 minutes.
With this change of demeanor in his foe, Goku thinks that it looks like he's finally got his attention. Taunting, the real fight starts now, big guy.
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
You're a big help.
Welcome. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
I'll kill anyone who gets in our way. You found a power key. Go slot it. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Well, great. You know what to do with that key. Welcome.
Flying Nimbus!
That's a new power key. Place it now. Great. You know what to do with that key.
Oh no! We kinda can't win!
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
You're my savior. Someone save me!
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Flying Nimbus!
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can,
Thanks.
but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Then Goku would win that match.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to.
Serious?
The startup system destroyed. Time machine.
Take on. Flying Nimbus! Oh man.
I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to
Here
get
comes
out
the
of there.
pain!
The escape time machine is back. time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Seeing that last attack coming, Goku smirks. You made a rookie mistake. Do you really think the same technique would work twice on me? So trying something new. This latest onslaught actually appears to have banged up Goku pretty good. Piccolo was right. This Janemba guy's stronger than he thought. That's when the Namekia decides to chime in, commanding Goku to listen. He needs to use the instant transmission and get over here. Explaining.
You don't need to waste any more energy in this fight. Janemba is far too powerful. We must go to other worlds so I can fuse with Kami. Gohan will also be healed, and a possible fusion dance between the two of you would create an invincible warrior. We have options to kill that demon, but we need to act fast.
Pausing. Piccolo hollers.
What the hell are you waiting for? Hurry up, Goku!
Gathering himself, he responds. Your tactical genius always impresses me, Piccolo. You've really considered all the possibilities, even going as far to merge with Kami. It's been so long I'd forgotten about the fusion dance. But none of these will be necessary. Confused and aggravated, Piccolo shouts.
What are you talking about?
Goku believes there's one more thing he needs to try.
What?
Surge of energy causes Gohan to come to, exclaiming what a phenomenal power that is. He has to wonder if that's really his dad. King Kai gives his usual exposition, specifically noting he's shaking the entire other world. It's our respective Z fighters, now done with their part in this, sense the situation unfolding. We then briefly return to planet Earth. Androids 17 and 18, alive, well, and still causing chaos, ponder about this recent weather change. and in the distance.
Please stop!
We see Cell has finally made his way back here before Gohan will be wished back to eliminate him. He thinks to himself that chasing human survivors bores him to no end. A little more patience and he'll be able to face the cyborgs and finally attain his perfect form. When the key surge hits him too. It's very far away, but he feels an incredible burst of power. A galaxy explosion, perhaps. As Goku unleashes his final transformation, will this be enough to finally put an end to the horrors of Janemba? We know from the Fusion Reborn movie this form was not enough to end this monster. But with history and so many other things changing, we're left to wonder until... Goku spoke of a level going beyond Super Saiyan 2. Something his son didn't even know was possible. Pikkon grins that by now, he should know that nothing's impossible for his old man. He'd pay good money to see the look on Janemba's face right now. As they go to help the Western Quadrant warrior to his feet, Piccolo questions if he can fly. But just to play it safe, Gohan offers to just help him for now. Looks like they're going to get a better look. The Namekian doesn't intend to miss another minute of this fight. Splitting the villain's head, Goku chuckles. I can't seem to hold back my punches in this form. Sorry, Janemba. You don't stand a chance against me. Now pristine once more. Goku has to admit he's impressed. Just like Piccolo, he's also able to heal his wounds and regenerate his full strength. There's no denying it. He really is an incredible opponent. Come now, Janemba. Attack me with all you've got. Is that all?
Never mind. Connection to the host has been lost.
Your mere existence is a threat to the entire universe. You must disappear, Janemba.
time to end this. Goodbye, Janemba. With Janemba defeated, the rest of our heroes arrive to the battlefield. And Gohan gets his first look at this form that transcends Super Saiyan 2. Running after his father, he excitedly shouts, "You did it! You beat Janemba!" Who giggles? Everything seems to be back to normal now. Janemba was an incredible opponent. It's too bad his soul was only evil. I'm sure he could have been a great training partner. As Piccolo chortles, he'll never change. Gohan asks what that super powerful form was. Goku explains, this is a level beyond Super Saiyan 2. I guess we can call it Super Saiyan 3. It would take some time, but you could learn it too. However, even in the future Otherworld, Gohan lowers his head and admits, to tell the truth, I intend to devote myself to my studies from now on. Piccolo adding,
he says it's his passion. Goku, you must have trained like never before to reach Super Saiyan 3.
Curiously, the Saiyan replies, yes and no. I had long felt the possibility of a level beyond Super Saiyan 2, but it's only during the last 3 years I managed to master that form through meditation. Today was even the first time I used Super Saiyan 3 outside my mind. Not wrong. Pikkon Grum said it's really cheating to be a Saiyan. When a voice chimes in,
you did a great job!
King Yemma, with his head in his paperwork and a fresh line in front of him, he goes on.
You have my thanks for restoring peace and order to Otherworld. However, I still have a small favor to ask of you. I'm currently dealing with all the souls that have been freed by Janemba. As you already know, the soul cleansing machine is broken, so we'll have to go back to the old school protocol of storing evil souls in hell.
Our character's beckoning him to continue.
To put it simply, I need a powerful warrior to guard the underworld.
But stay in hell! And yep, but only until the machine is fixed. Pikkon argues that he's the bodyguard of the Western Kaio. His role in hell is over. Gohan has just been admitted to the scientific delegation of the South Kaio, so he's also out. Neither Goku or Piccolo are interested in sticking around either. But the judge screams for them to stop wasting his time. They need to hurry up and make a decision which one of them it's going to be. Otherwise, he'll make all of them stay there. Whispering to his son, Goku suggests that now isn't the time to just be hanging around. But not getting past Piccolo's ears. Unfortunately for him, the instant transmission's a little too fast. Sensing this, Yemma laughs.
Looks like your friends have chosen for you, Piccolo. You are a demon after all. You'll fit in like a fish in water down there.
With Pikkon simply flying off, Piccolo questions why they need a warrior in particular to watch over harmless souls. Anyone can do it, referring to the various attendants, ogres, etc. of Otherworld. Who elaborates?
This is indeed the case for souls going to heaven, but it's a little bit different for evil souls. Over time, the most powerful evil souls tend to reform their physical body.
Which explains to us how our heroes from before were able to fight villains from various points in the series. Arriving back to the ethereal Mount Paozu, Goku jubilantly informs, Grandpa Gohan, I'm back! I brought my son with me. But, Grandpa Gohan? The old-timer greets the pair, noting he's glad to finally meet son Gohan here. His father has told him a lot about the young man. Back in Age 800, we return to Earth where Gohan's recounting to Vegeta their adventures in Otherworld. The Saiyan finishes. That's it, Vegeta. I think I've told you all about my father in Super Saiyan 3. Who, as expected, is awestruck by everything he just revealed. Knock me down. Gohan smiles. Impressive, huh? Dad was so strong, even I still find it hard to believe. Who gets in his face and shouts that he gets it? Vegeta stands and states, Bulma asked me to come here. You need to be ready, because our plan to bring Trunks back will soon be finalized. Since Trunks ventured to another timeline and never returned, neither Shenron or Purunga can help in the situation. So what does she have planned? Gohan hollers, that's great news! I've been wanting to hear from her about that. When will she be finished? Responding, in 6 months. Vegeta then narrows his eyes. I know you trained my son, and despite his young age, you were able to turn him into a Super Saiyan. Thank you, Gohan. However, Gohan regrets. It's all my fault. I went to fight the cyborgs thinking I could at least kill one of them, but I died in vain, and Trunks was left to fend for himself. I was stupid. A few more years of training would have been enough to defeat them. The prince assures it doesn't matter anymore. Take advantage of the next 6 months to resume training in earnest, and get back to the level you were when you were training with Kakarot and Piccolo. Gohan promises he can count on him. He'll be ready. He doesn't know how many years it'll take, but he wants Gohan to know that he will surpass him. Taking off, young Saiyan is sure he will. Uttering to himself, just a little more patience, Trunks. We'll soon be able to bring you home. In the air, Vegeta says aloud to himself, the way Gohan talked about Kakarot, it was more than just a kid's admiration for his father. Damned Kakarot! Your years of training in Otherworld have taken you to a level I never thought possible. But believe me, I too will reach Super Saiyan 3. So our heroes, with renewed purpose and strength having trained in the afterlife, continued their training to protect the Earth. At this point in time, neither Goku or Piccolo have been revived so they can further their otherworldly duties. Unpredictably, Vegeta didn't waste a day in trying to keep his word. He pushed himself to surpass Gohan, and whatever new heights Goku may have reached. 6 months come and go. Our characters once again gather at Capsule Corp. Even Roshi, who announces the arrival of Gohan and Chi-Chi. Landing, the former apologizes for being late. But Chi-Chi comments how incredible it is to see that the rebuilding of the Western capital has progressed so much in such a short period of time, asking how everyone's doing. Nearly everyone possible in attendance. Yamcha, Krillin, Puar, even Launch. It's possible she finally tied down Tien in this timeline, knowing her in more than one way. Then we have Baby Bump Bulma? Gohan asking if she's pregnant. She scowls back. It's quite obvious, isn't it? You could congratulate me instead of making that dumbfounded face. Meekly doing so, and also extending this congratulations to Vegeta. The scientist thanks him, but the prince is a shy little fella. Roshi can't help but perv. These two didn't waste any time. Puff puff! Seeing the plot being lost, Gohan suggests they talk about why they're here today. Bulma agrees he's right. Pulling out what could be a capsule case, she tells that it took her some time, but she's finally finished rebuilding the time machine, and it's ready to use. This is incredible! Gohan thought it was impossible to make a new one. Specifically, it's producing the fuel to make it work that's the tedious part. She's gathered enough to make a round trip, but hasn't managed to reduce the machine's charging time. The battery is around 50% charged, enough for a one-way trip. But this also means the machine will have to recharge for 6 months before it can return home. Looking up at it, almost lost in thought, Gohan mentions, "We've waited long enough. Staying 6 months in the past is no problem. I'm volunteering to make this jump back in time." Thanking him, the scientist admits that she is going to suggest it be him. Gohan guarantees she can count on him. He and Trunks will both be back soon. But wait a minute, Chi-Chi interjecting. "You're going to go away for 6 months and leave me all alone? Did you even think about Videl?" Who honestly didn't. He kinda forgot about her. Can she explain this to her? His mother agrees to let her know. But Gohan is all Chi-Chi has left. She wants him to promise her he'll come back safe and sound. Prompting him to promise. Still focusing only on his own goal, Vegeta notes that Gohan seems sharper than he was 6 months ago. Is he back to the level he was at in Otherworld? With a proud look in his eyes, Gohan confidently declares, "Yes, Vegeta, I'm back to my best. I see you followed my advice by remaining Super Saiyan at all times. You're on the right track to reach Super Saiyan 2. Causing Bulma to chastise. "So this was because of you? For the first few months Vegeta was doing this, he was unbearable. You'd have thought he was the pregnant one. And if that's the case, Vegeta recommends, just let me go in the past. That'll give you a rest." Bringing Bulma to screech back. "Do you want to miss the birth of your second child so much? You're not going anywhere, Vegeta. We've already talked about this, and you yourself said Gohan was much stronger than you." Quiet yourself! They don't need to know that! Tien, sorry to interrupt, believes if he recalls correctly, Bulma told him Trunks traveled through time twice. And that's right. A first trip in 764 to give Goku the medicine and warn of the arrival of the cyborgs. Trunks then made a second trip in 767 to help fight against 17 and 18. It was from that trip he never returned. A bit of a daunting thought. 3 years of preparation and 3 Super Saiyans weren't enough. Yamcha fears that whatever the era, he guesses they really were doomed to die against the cyborgs. But asking the real questions, Krillin brings up what about the monster that absorbed them? The one Gohan defeated not too long ago in this timeline. Although Bulma is more than familiar with Cell, where Trunks went to, that creep shouldn't have appeared at that moment in history. But he is a threat that Gohan will have to eradicate by finding Jiro's lab, but she doesn't know its exact location. It seems Cell came up naturally in the future timeline, but in our timeline he time traveled just like Trunks. Vegeta scoffs. "What are you scared of? Even the Earthlings as they are now can take care of the cyborgs. Whether it's Cell, the cyborgs, or all 3 at the same time, it won't be a problem for Gohan. He'll get rid of them there the same way he did here." With that rare show of confidence, Gohan thinks Vegeta's right. Finding Jiro's lab will be a much more difficult task than defeating the cyborgs. As our hero goes to embark on this journey, Bulma reminds, time travel is not an exact science. It's nearly impossible to know how much history has been altered with Trunks' previous time travel. entails. Will Gohan encounter Majin Buu or Beerus? What hidden dangers remain in the timeline where Cell was initially victorious, only to be defeated by Krillin? Lastly, how will Gohan react upon discovering the little brother he never knew he had? When Gohan was initially called upon to defeat Cell, there was much speculation he would take the reins from his father as the lead protagonist of the series. Though we know now this not to be the case. What if it was neither he or Goku to take the primary focus moving forward? What if someone else, albeit familiar to us today, were given a much more prominent role than they currently play? As the young Super Saiyan 2 falls to his knees in defeat, having let his own hubris get the better of him, Goku steps up to teleport Cell off the planet before he can unleash his Earth-destroying kamikaze attack. With his final words, he glances back at his son to smile. He's proud of him.
We've been streaming for like almost 4 hours, or past 4 hours.
And as we're aware, he takes him to King Kai.
5 hours and 29 minutes.
While the group floats above Snake Way,
time to go to bed.
Kaiosama would alert his former
Give the video a
student
thumbs up,
his plan
subscribe,
failed,
and I'll see you
Cell
guys tomorrow.
still
Thank you for
lives.
watching. Shout out to Tiger T for the 199 super chat. Appreciate it, homie. Have yourself a good night.